Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and all our online and offline participants. Welcome to the 2022 Asean-Korea Forum. My name is Jong-Hyun Lee from Asean-Korea Center, and it is my great pleasure to be your MC today. Today's event, held under the theme of Cooperation for Sustainable ASEAN-Korea Partnership, is co-organized by the Asean-Korea Center, the Korea University Asiatic Research Institute ASEAN Center, and the Korea Academic Council on the United Nations System. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to our distinguished panelists, discussants, and all our participants from ASEAN and Korea who are joining us this afternoon. Now, let us begin by inviting His Excellency Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General of the ASEAN-Korea Center, to share his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. Good afternoon. Distinguished guests and speakers from ASEAN and Korea, ladies and gentlemen, in particular, His Excellency Ambassador Ong Keng-yong, Executive Deputy Chairman of S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies in Singapore, and His Excellency Jo Tae-yeol, former Vice Minister of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea, and His Excellency Lee Shin-hwa, President of Korea Academic Council on the United Nations System, and His Excellency Michael Tenay, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN Political Security Community of ASEAN Secretariat, and Director General Sim Verek, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Cambodia, and Director General Ms. Jong-Hyun, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and of Korea, and dear ASEAN colleagues, ambassadors, I wish to acknowledge all ASEAN ambassadors, Ambassador Nuria Yusuf of Brunei, and Ambassador Eric Teo of Singapore, and Wichu Wechachiwa, Ambassador of Thailand, and Nguyen Putum, Ambassador of Vietnam. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you to our first ASEAN-Korea Forum. It is my great honor to welcome renowned scholars, officials from ASEAN and Korea in one place, perhaps for the first time in my recollection. I'd like to also convey my sincere gratitude to our co-organizers, Korea University ASEAN Center, and Korea Academic Council on the United Nations System. My appreciation goes to all the panelists who will share their valuable insights today for a strong future of ASEAN-Korea relations. Recently, our center, the ASEAN-Korea Center, has had a number of meaningful events drawing attention from general public, including media. In September, we officially opened Jeju ASEAN Hall, thereby expanding its geographical scope in further promoting ASEAN within Korea. Under the theme of weaving values together, handicrafts from 10 ASEAN countries and Jeju Ongi from Korea presented the shared core life values of ASEAN and Korean cultures. And 2 weeks ago, one of our center's flagship programs, ASEAN Week 2022, was held. The theme, Ancient Futures, Treasures of ASEAN Fabric, connected the past to the future through generations of artisans. These two projects especially manifested cultural values of past, present, and future between ASEAN and Korea. And today, we are here to look beyond and envision the future of ASEAN-Korea partnership through intellectual exercises. Being said, as you are aware, the world now faces many challenges that could threaten to disarray the peace of global order in the long run amid geographical concerns, geopolitical concerns, such as the Sino-US rivalry and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And there are also impending global issues of climate changes, supply chain disruptions, energy crisis, and food security, and many more. However, such challenges and hardships cannot be fully overcome alone. In order to turn these difficulties into opportunities, cooperation is all the more important in the international arena. Against this backdrop, it is opportune for us to hold a forum to discuss the topic of cooperation for a sustainable ASEAN-Korea partnership. Today, ASEAN-Korea Center has prepared 3 sessions to approach from diverse perspectives. The first session will invite scholars from both ASEAN and Korea to assess the major challenges that we are facing. Looking back the past 33 years, ASEAN and Korea have rapidly become indispensable partners. Since the establishment of dialogue partnership in 1989, all areas including trade and investment, culture and tourism, and people-to-people exchanges saw remarkable advancements. Although ASEAN and Korea have developed a solid foundation for cooperation in a mutually beneficial way, asymmetries are still observed in many aspects of trade and socio-cultural exchanges. Over the years, many ASEAN member states have expressed their concerns about the trade imbalance between ASEAN and Korea. Furthermore, despite widespread Korean culture in ASEAN countries, as data showed from last year's survey conducted by ICEAS, Yusof Ishak Institute of Singapore, Korea still fell short of being a highly influential partner to ASEAN among ASEAN opinion leaders. Perhaps the foremost task to overcome these asymmetries would be to improve mutual perceptions among one another and ultimately treat each other as equal partners. In the second session, speakers will provide the government perspective on ASEAN centrality and its strategic importance of ASEAN-Korea relations. Since ASEAN was established in 1967, conflicting regional and national interests appeared to hinder the resolution of regional issues. As seen during the recent summits, regional issues have tested ASEAN centrality. In this regard, Korea's new ASEAN initiative called Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative was announced by President Yoon Suk-yeol at the recent summit in Cambodia, based on Korea's solid support to ASEAN centrality and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. I especially look forward to keen insights from government officials of 2 sides and Deputy Secretary General of the ASEAN Secretariat in this regard. Lastly, the third session will invite the youth, our future leaders of the ASEAN-Korean partnership, to share their young perspectives on ASEAN-Korea relations. Recognize the importance of youth engagement in overcoming observed asymmetries. The Center has organized ASEAN-Korea Academic Essay Contest annually since 2016. Today, I'm happy to congratulate the winners of this year's contest who are also with us today to present their winning papers on advancing a sustainable ASEAN-Korea partnership for the future. Lastly, I sincerely hope that today's forum will be a meaningful opportunity for the future of ASEAN-Korea partnership. Once again, I thank you very much for your participation and interest today.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your remarks. Next, I would like to invite Her Excellency Lee Shin-hwa, the President of the Korea Academic Council on the United Nations System, for introductory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Excellency with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. 안녕하세요. His Honorable Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General of Korea ASEAN Center, and His Excellency Ambassador Ong Kyung-young, Executive Deputy Chairman of RSIS in Singapore, and His Excellency Jo Tae-yong, the former Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senior Consultant of Korean Academic Council on the United Nations System, and Professor Shin Jae-hyuk, who is the Director of the Asian Research Institute and ASEAN Center in Korea University, and as well as the Ms. Jung Eun-hae, Director General of the Korean MOFA, and Mr. Shin Bae-rak, Director General of the Cambodia, as well as the Honorable Michael Tanner in ASEAN Secretariat. Thank you very much for your effort to make this event happen. The 2022 Korea ASEAN Forum is the first seminar co-organized by the Korean ASEAN Center and the Korean Academic Council on the UN System KQUINS and the ASEAN Center in Korea University. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you, particularly distinguished representatives from Track 1 and Track 2, and students who are our future generation leader for the upcoming and also elaborating the Korea-ASEAN partnerships. The theme of this year's forum is Ways Forward for a Sustainable Korea-ASEAN Partnership. This is in line with the current Yoon Suk-yeol government's policy on ASEAN as one of the core agendas for the diplomatic and security strategies. The Yoon government announced the so-called Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative during the Korean ASEAN Summit held in Phnom Penh, Cambodia last November, the November 11th. In addition, the President Yoon Suk-yeol proposed to upgrade the Korea-ASEAN relations to comprehensive strategic partnership on the occasion of the 35th anniversary of dialogue partner relations in 2024. Each ASEAN state leaders warmly welcomed and supported the Korea's proposal at the time. This academic event is a fruitful outcome of the trilateral partnership through which the three organizations have planned and co-organized since the beginning of this year. In light of the anticipated elevation of the Korea-ASEAN relations based on trust and cooperation is very important, particularly in the very complex and very uncertain international security and political situations where we face now. Today's forum on seeking sustainable Korea-ASEAN relationship is particularly timely and meaningful in that sense. Distinguished experts and scholars from Korea and ASEAN countries will collect their wisdom, knowledge, and experience to promote the Korea-ASEAN partnership from both academic and policy perspectives. In addition, they will explore new communication opportunities and the venues for cooperation in diverse areas beyond current robust interaction in economic, cultural, and social domains. Furthermore, today's forum is a very meaningful an occasion for the future generation of Korea and ASEAN to come together, as I mentioned earlier. I'm looking forward to hearing the creative and fresh ideas of the winners of the academic essay contest, as well as our students who attended the meeting today, particularly which will be taking place in this late afternoon in the session 3. Indeed, I believe that this first Korea-ASEAN Forum has opened a new horizon for exchange cooperation between Korea and ASEAN through public, private, academic, and international organizations partnerships. I hope that ideas and suggestions drawn from this forum and meeting will form lively discourses in each country and the Korea-ASEAN community. In closing, as the president of the KQUINS, I'm happy and grateful for this occasion, and I look forward to continue the constructive and closer trilateral cooperation and partnership with the Korea ASEAN Center and the Korea Center of Korea University. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your remarks. Before we move on to the first session and hear the deep thoughts of prominent experts from both ASEAN and Korea, we are also very fortunate today to be joined by His Excellency Ong Kyung-yong, the Executive Deputy Chairman of S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies of Nanyang Technological University of Singapore as a keynote speaker. His Excellency served as Secretary General of ASEAN based in Jakarta, Indonesia for 5 years, and he was High Commissioner of Singapore to Malaysia. Concurrently, he is Ambassador at Large at the Singapore Ministry of Foreign Affairs, non-resident High Commissioner to Pakistan, and non-resident Ambassador to Iran. He also serves as Chairman of the Singapore International Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us please welcome His Excellency with a warm round of applause.
Thank you. His Excellency Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General of the Asean-Korea Center, Her Excellency Lee Shin-hwa, President of Korea Academic Council on the UN system, ASEAN ambassadors, ASEAN colleagues, notably my good friend Michael Tenney, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, students. I am delighted to be here with all of you today for this ASEAN-Korea Forum. I wish to thank the ASEAN-Korea Center, the Korea University ASEAN Center, and the Korea Academic Council on the UN system for your kind invitation to me to deliver this speech. It is the first time I'm back in Korea since the COVID-19 pandemic started. While many things have changed for all of us over the past few years, I'm glad to see that the ROK government under President Yoon Suk-yeol continues to place a high priority on its policy towards ASEAN. In fact, there is a strong emphasis in and interest on ASEAN by the government and the people of Korea. This has been reinforced by President Yoon when he announced his government's Indo-Pacific strategy during the recent ASEAN-ROK summit held in Cambodia, the first such diplomatic strategy specific to the Indo-Pacific by an ROK government. President Yoon also announced his government's specific plan towards ASEAN, called the Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative, in short, KASI, K-A-S-I. He announced KASI at the same Cambodian summit, where many other ASEAN leaders and leaders of ASEAN dialogue partner countries were present. Many of us in ASEAN are looking forward to the implementation of KASI in the coming months as the ROK continues to strengthen cooperation and collaboration with ASEAN. I believe the governments and peoples of ASEAN member states are very happy to see this continuity of the close ties between ASEAN and the ROK from the earlier New Southern Policy and New Southern Policy Plus of President Moon Jae-in's administration. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was studying the agenda for today's forum, it made me think about the future of ASEAN-Korea relations. While there are certainly many opportunities for further cooperation and collaboration between the two sides, there are also challenges in making the ASEAN-Korea partnership a sustainable one for the long term. Indeed, ASEAN and the ROK should endeavor to build a comprehensive and strategic partnership going forward because we have so many areas of mutual interest from working together. In my opinion, the ASEAN-ROK relationship has to be viewed in the context of the broader regional and international geopolitical environment. With the China-US relationship remaining uncertain, given the numerous differences between the two major powers, many countries, particularly those in our region, have to take the state of the China-US relationship into consideration when conducting and fine-tuning their respective foreign policies. ASEAN has its own set of internal challenges to deal with, be it the Myanmar crisis, climate change, communicable diseases and healthcare, environmental pollution, cybersecurity, energy security, and food security. Several of these issues faced by ASEAN are also of concern to the ROK. In the other sessions of this forum, our respective experts will discuss these challenges. For now, I wish to highlight the need for political will and consistent implementation of agreed plans by our leaders and their officials to tackle such challenges. Many of the issues require urgent attention, and the population in our respective country wants the government to take quick actions. At the same time, what are the roles that citizens and youth in particular can play to deal with some of these challenges that we are facing in the 21st century? There is no easy answer or solution, but everyone should think deeply and purposefully about how to work constructively and together. I wish to say something about ASEAN centrality, seeing that this topic will also be covered in the second session in this forum today. I know many people in this audience will be familiar with the term or concept of ASEAN centrality. Perhaps I could share a bit more from my own experiences and perspective about what it means and also why it is of such critical importance to ASEAN. The definitions of ASEAN centrality can be broadly categorized in three different ways. 1, geographical, 2, qualitative, and 3, exploitative. Some people define ASEAN centrality as a simple geographical fact. That is, nations physically located in Southeast Asia need to stick together. Other people define it through a qualitative lens. That is, ASEAN member states are in the center of two vibrant economic zones, Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. And ASEAN member states are parties to many agreements for regional economic integration and socio-cultural development. Therefore, ASEAN has no choice but to be involved as a regional collective. ASEAN has therefore its own agenda and, more importantly, a regional architecture, and other countries from outside Southeast Asia must conduct their policy and relations in accordance with the ASEAN agenda and architecture to maximize cooperation for peace, security, and stability in Southeast Asia. Lastly, some leaders and scholars simply use ASEAN centrality as an excuse to influence exclusion moves and to keep away those things they do not favor. So, we have three different ways of understanding ASEAN centrality. The neutral way is the geography. The positive way, ASEAN is responsible for cooperation and collaboration among Southeast Asian countries and with other like-minded external parties, or we don't like any of these things coming our way. We just say that if it's not in line with ASEAN centrality, which is something that everybody can define in any way they want to exclude other people, then we are going to have no cooperation and a bigger role in bigger, wider international affairs and having a name recognition in the community of nations on the global stage. So bear these three definitions in mind, and when you listen to the term ASEAN centrality by different speakers, inquire what is the underlying consideration, what is the underlying motives to use the term ASEAN centrality. Is it a positive definition and positive approach, or a negative one, which is basically to try to isolate Southeast Asia and ASEAN away from other undesired influences and action by other people? Ladies and gentlemen, to end off my speech, I would like to talk about the role of youth for the future of ASEAN-Korea relationship. We have among us today young men and women who have participated in and done well in the 2022 ASEAN-Korea Academic Essay Contest. May I use this opportunity to offer my congratulations to the students who are winners of this contest. I look forward to hearing your presentation later today. At the recent ASEAN ROK Summit in Cambodia, President Yoon spoke about the need to upgrade the ASEAN ROK Free Trade Agreement so as to include the digital trade in it. As you know, digitalization is spreading rapidly, and everything in our life today revolves around digital application, digital this or digital that. President Yoon also expressed an interest in strengthening cooperation in the areas of electric vehicles, making of those electric batteries, and doing more together in advancing digital technologies for the benefit of our respective countries. The issue of climate change and the environment also came up in his speech when he talked about the establishment of an ASEAN ROK or ROK ASEAN Center on Carbon Neutrality and Green Transformation. If you look at the map of Korean Peninsula and Southeast Asia, you will see that there is still much greenery in different parts of Southeast Asia. As industrialization continues in places like ROK, some part of ASEAN, we will have to find a way to deal with green policies, taking care of carbon emission, and how do we neutralize the production of undesired carbon dioxide. Southeast Asia offers wonderful opportunities for carbon credit, carbon trading, for an industrializing economy like the Republic of Korea. So there are many things we can talk about together in the coming months and years, but we must find a positive approach to embrace the challenges posed by the Fourth Industrial Revolution and all the emerging technologies and difference in policy making dealing with all these changes. The youth of today will be the adults of tomorrow and our policy makers. So we need to rely on you guys, the young people, to know what is going on and to make my life as I grow older even better. Yeah, I'm sure all of you want to have your parents and your aged relatives live wonderful, happy lives as they grow old. But at the same time, we have all this industrialization, all this digitalization, all this competition for resources and political ideas and different ideologies. The young people today must know what to do and make a difference. In ASEAN, we always say people make the difference in any country, any organization, and any company. Likewise, the young people, such as those present here today, can make a difference to making sure that the present and future world, which they will inherit, remains a livable and better one. On that forward-looking and optimistic note, I shall conclude my speech here. I would like to thank the organizer for your hard work in holding this forum, and I look forward to our discussion this afternoon. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your observant views and the inspiring speech. Now, I would like to call our distinguished guests to come up to the stage for group photos. We would like to take 2 group photos. First, I would like to invite our Secretary General, His Excellency Ong Keng-yong, Her Excellency Lee Shin-hwa, presenters from Session 1, and panelists from all sessions. Please come up to the stage. Next, I would also like to invite ambassadors from Brunei, Jerusalem, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. Please come up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, today's program will consist of 3 sessions that will cover key issues of ASEAN-Korea relations and the journey towards a sustainable partnership through various perspectives. The first session will discuss major challenges towards developing a sustainable ASEAN-Korea partnership from scholarly perspectives. The second session will discuss ASEAN centrality and the strategic importance of ASEAN-Korea cooperation from policy perspectives. And the third session will begin with the awarding ceremony of the 2022 ASEAN-Korea Academic Essay Contest, which will be followed by the grand prize winners' presentations under the theme of Building a Sustainable ASEAN-Korea Partnership from Youth Perspectives. We will now begin the first session. This session, entitled Major Challenges Towards Developing a Sustainable ASEAN-Korea Partnership from Scholarly Perspectives, invites presenters and panelists on each theme of politics, economics, and social culture. So without further ado, I would like to call on our moderator, esteemed speakers, and panelists to take their seats on stage. Professor Shin Jae-hyuk from Korea University, Professor Baek Woo-yeol from Yonsei University, Mr. Sean Ho from RSIS of Nanyang Technological University of Singapore, Dr. Pibin Duong from the Institute of World Economics and Politics of Vietnam Academic of Social Sciences, Professor Lee Chung-yeol from Korea University, Professor Kim Young-jun from Kangwon National University, and Director Dafri Agusalam from ASEAN Studies Center of Gajah University. Professor Shin, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jae-hyuk Shin, Professor of Political Science at Korea University. As Director of Korea University ASEAN Center, I'm very pleased to have this Asean-Korea Forum today, and I'm very honored to chair this session of major challenges in developing sustainable ASEAN-Korea partnership from the perspective of scholars. So I'm happy to have 6 very distinguished scholars from ASEAN member states and South Korea. So let me introduce distinguished presenters and discussants first. So we have 3 subsections within this panel. 1, politics, the 2nd, economy, and 3rd, socio-cultural sector. So first presenter about politics is Professor Baek Woo-yeol. He is Professor of Political Science at Yonsei University. Actually, Yonsei University is a rival university to Korea University. So I'm happy to have him here today. And he's also serving as the director of Korea-China-Japan Cooperation Division in the Korean Association for UN Systems. And after his presentation, Mr. Sean Ho, research fellow at Rajaratnam School of International Studies at Nanyang Technological University of Singapore, would discuss Professor Baek's presentation. After that, Dr. Phi-bin Dong, director of acting director of the Institute of World Economics and Politics at Vietnam Academy of Social Sciences, will give presentation about economic perspective of major challenges. And Professor Lee Chung-yeol, professor of economics at Korea University, will discuss Dr. Phi's presentation. And finally, in the socio-cultural sector, Professor Kim Hyung-jun, professor of anthropology at Kangwon National University. Also, he is the president of the Korea Association of Southeast Asian Studies, will give presentation. And then Dr. Dafri Agusalim, Director of ASEAN Studies Center at University of Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, will discuss Professor Kim's presentation. So because time is quite limited in this panel, I will ask each presenter use up to 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. Okay, so please, Professor Beck.
Hello, this is Uyal Beck from Yonsei University Policy Department. I thank you for inviting me. I'm honored to be here. Due to time constraint, I just go delve into right away on my presentation contents. May I use this? 이거 어떻게? Oh, okay. So ASEAN-Korean relations has emerged as one of the core, say, bilateral, unilateral, and then multilateral frameworks in the Indo-Pacific regions in the last 7 years. And then economy first and foremost, of course, and we already know about it. But at the same time, politics lagged behind. Economic co-evolution at full scale, we already know that. But political security cooperation is pretty limited at best. But nowadays it's an amalgamation between politics and economy. Isn't really sustainable in the future for the South Korea and ASEAN relationship. Now I think it's we need to think about more comprehensive bilateral, unilateral, and multilateral relations as a next step for this bilateral or say unilateral relationship in the Southeast Asia and then Northeast Asia. Why? Now we are, entered in a time of amalgamation one more time, between economy and politics. And politics means security right now. And then securities itself, it's economic security. Now we are talking about, a lot these days in technological security and the environmental security. At the same time, military security is still, is a primary one. But these, securities and many types of securities are converging into, one, security right now. And this is pretty complicated. So now is we try to probably, separate politics and economy. That probably it's not going to be happening in the 2020s and 2030s. Now it's a region. I think it's mainly pushed by the United States and then Southeast Asia and then Northeast Asia. But go beyond that. Now we are talking about Indo-Pacific region and the Euro-Atlantic region. Their convergence, and then this is a monumental change of global security structure. And at the same time, it's more like tripwire right now. Between the South China Sea and the Taiwan Strait and the Korean Peninsula. But this is not the place for us to discuss about European situation. But now it's Europe, Ukraine and Russian war. It's really getting serious, and then it's not ending pretty soon. That actually make a huge impact on Southeast Asia and then Northeast Asia, and then these regions actually we are discussing about. It has also nuclear implication too. The global structure featuring two political economic blocks emerging. I think it becomes more like cliche. Each block's leader, the United States and China, and partly probably Russia, started to hegemonic war, camouflaged as trade, tariffs, and technologies. And that's still wanted to maintain the stability in the military sector, and then avoiding the military confrontation for the foreseeable future. But it is not the case anymore. We are seeing that Russia actually has become the invaded in Ukraine and maintaining this type of hostility. And then this type of war can be happening anywhere. Including Northeast Asia and then Southeast Asia, anywhere else. This is the reality. So we cannot just hide from the reality emerged in the 2020s and talk about all kind of good things and positive things. Well, U.S., China, I think this is a pretty we know many things about this competition. So let me just skip it. But bipolar world returns with a great powers rivalry. At the same time, some other powerful countries in the mix. So many other middling countries, such as South Korea, juggling their options to maximize their national interest. Two key questions. Number one question, what are some key logics of formation of the two emerging blocs? I think it needs a lot more time to discuss about it. But the next question even more important for this particular venue. Between the two emerging blocs led by the United States and China, what would be the in-between countries such as South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, India, Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, and Singapore, and Australia, and Cambodia, along with the major European countries such as Germany, UK, and France, and the Netherlands to deal with these diverging forces. This is a very brutal and a very hard question. And now we are talking about ASEAN as a whole, ASEAN centrality. I think it's the next session, and then the last session I should discuss about this. Hegemony US and then global China, I think we don't need to cover entire picture of this interesting but very threatening and scary power competition. But the United States, as we know that it's bilateral. I mean, it's bipartisan in the domestic politics to push this China containment policy or China's constraining policy in all aspects. Not just military, but also economic and technology, environmental and political. They are pushing very, very hard. Now it's China. It's not the China inoffensive. The United States inoffensive. At the same time, global China actually pushed pretty hard. Its own neighbors and near and far. But China's aggression, symbolized by the Belt Road Initiative, of course, it's aggression in the good way and then the negative way. But thanks to its geographical, political, and economic characteristics. I mean, this is interesting. It is because China trying to appeal to the politically authoritarian and economically developing states in various regions, not just in Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and then Middle East, and then Central Asia. Try to forming another bloc, but it hasn't been very successful. But it's in the mold. Now we are, coming back to South Korea. South Korea's new southern policy. I think it's many of you in this venue also involved in the establishing and then developing and consolidating this new southern policy. Last 5 years. I personally think that the new southern policy is arguably the best the foreign policy achievement in the Moon Jae-in administration or government. But these 3P and then 19 strategies and 49 major businesses and 7 initiatives are well executed, setting the tone for South Korea's next generation of strategic thinking, range and then horizon. And probably we can discuss about global pivotal state policy. And then South Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, which was announced in the Phnom Penh this month, and then will be published, drafted and published as early as next month. Interesting thing is, this is a new southern policy is supported bipartisan in South Korea. South Korea, the foreign policy and any policy is pretty polarized, as we know, the conservative or progressive or right wing and then left wing. But this particular, foreign policy initiative, new southern policy, was the supported bipartisan way. This is pretty rare, and then that type of achievement is, not only the target country as the Southeast Asia and then South Asia. Don't forget India and then other subcontinent, the countries. And then, as we know, Australia and New Zealand are pretty active to be included or cooperate with in terms of a new southern policy with South Korea. But also offshore countries such as the UK, France, and Germany, along with Australia, enthusiastically welcomed the transformed new southern policy and took an advantage of it as their strategic target. So new southern policy actually opens up South Korea's strategic landscape or horizon beyond Northeast Asia or Korean Peninsula. This is a huge achievement. Now I think it's South Korea. It's a sort of representative case and good case prototype directly positioned between the two PMOs, the United States and China, but can deal with them based upon the growing state capacity at the same time regional global presence. Now we are talking about Indo-Pacific strategy of South Korea or Republic of Korea. This is new. Again, South Korea, even though we have many rhetorical, foreign policy beyond, Northeast Asia, again, there was the really executed, foreign policy beyond Northeast Asia or Korean Peninsula New Southern policy. Then now we are moving to even global stage and then global pivotal state, strategy, backed up by, Indo-Pacific strategy of our own. This is a very interesting one. I am the political scientist, and then we think about always causal inferences and causal relations. What is a dependent and independent variable? But the thing is, the consequences are dependent variable expansion of New Southern policy, right? And the independent variable, there are many. Positive means push this New Southern policy to become even more the Indo-Pacific strategy or global pivotal state strategy. As follows: positive economic overdependence with China, at the same time China's South sanction, of course economic growth and interdependence with the ASEAN, Yoon Suk-yeol government's hard push, and South Korea's growing state capacity, global structure influx, of course we know that, and then convergence of regions and securities. I briefly analyzed a few minutes ago. But the negative side also could just push. It's not helping this New Southern policy to evolve into the Indo-Pacific or global state strategies. Korean Peninsula centers strategic thinking. South Korea is stuck with North Korea for such a long time. And then we are educated in that way, even those strategic thinkers and then policy community people and then decision makers at the top. So we are that it's really dragging. At the same time, geographical security structure. Of course, at the same time, North Korea is important. We saw the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-Un actually showing up on another ICBM test, and then the seventh nuclear the test is on the horizon. So this type of thing is also very important. I'm not saying that this is not important, but too obsession. That means we are pretty much obsessed with to the North Korea and the nuclear and provocation, but at the same time underestimating on ASEAN and the India's state capacity, or I say the keynote speech and then as a regional collective. This is a pretty important one. So toward global pivotal state and then Indo-Pacific strategy and what is the expected future of the South Korea's New Southern policy beyond 2023? Now I'm saying that it's a title, even though the current government is trying to avoid to use the word New Southern policy, but New Southern policy is in there. And then it's expanded to the Indo-Pacific strategy. So it's aiming at enforcing the major target countries to develop into more viable, powerful partner to constrain China at the same time the United States. This is very important, approach, from South Korea. Of course, many people in the South Korean strategic committee might not agree with me, but we need leverage over China as well as the United States. This is the two sides of a coin. So in that sense, Indonesia, Vietnam, and India, Australia, especially in the European countries and say Germany and France, I think we are in the same boat. All right, which countries are in the strategic discussion? Asia, and then beyond Asia, and then more detail is over each region. And there's typo. I'm sorry about that. But we need to think beyond Northeast Asia, and then we can think about it's not just New Southern policy. Indo-Pacific strategy and global pivotal state strategy actually has a more implication. It's expanded to South Korea's strategic horizon to entire world. This is the key differences and changes in this particular government. Under such a strategic structure, to form two competing blocks in Asia and beyond, many middling countries, just like South Korea, and many ASEAN countries, have started to proactively search for protecting and maximizing its national interests in the multiple perspectives. But I think it's ASEAN and then South Korea. That relationship, bilateral, unilateral, and multilateral, three-layered relationship is a good prototype, for other the middling countries, getting together and then forming a force, for say just not to drag into or overwhelmed by the two PMOs in the United States and then China in this region. There are, strategies. This is a pretty, pulse and then, academic, oriented one. I think you have the book, and then I cannot, go one by one. But it has, all those strategies. Now it's South Korea have a, in the Indo-Pacific strategy and global, pivotal state policy. Should be, elaborate more. But you can see that many countries has, many, the strategies in the region. We are actually integrating. I mean, it's not probably impossible to separate two regions, say Euro-Atlantic and in the Indo-Pacific, or some other regions. This time has gone. I think the time is already almost up. So let me wrap up. ASEAN, Korea in the same boat. This is the last question. Middling countries between the two blocks, and then partially and completely out of their interstellar space. Is it really possible? You can see that U.S. bloc and then China bloc. And then I use the word is a little bit coarse, but double dipping block. We are probably located over there, but at the same time, we can create some independent middling block also. I'm not saying that we can entirely separate up from the United States or China blocks, but at least in between countries can think about some other dimensions to say gang up against this type of push. Yeah, the moment of truth, we have many discussion about it, but I think the moment of truth may not come for this is a matter of degree all the time. And even though South Korea, this particular government or South Korea has a direction to lean toward the United States, but that's not 100%. There are many dimensions, and then those dimensions and security dimensions are all integrated one to one. So it is pretty hard, but I think it's just the way to go. So there are three options. Belong to either the United States bloc or the China bloc. I think that's not going to be the 100% clear option. But option 2 is the hedging mostly. And then option 3 is out of their space into space. Separate from the two bloc realm and created their own space. But what I think is probably South Korea and the other in between countries and must choose or locate themselves between option 2 and option 3. Hedging and then try to creating interspace. I'm not saying that we just we can be entirely independent, autonomous, and separate from each blocks. And then South Korea, of course, really need the United States for military security. But at the same time, we need more from the technology and economy security. At the same time, China is pushing South Korea extremely hard. I think the same goes for the most ASEAN countries and other middle powers in the world. Okay, so I think this is pretty much it. And then again, my last comment is we cannot be naive, to just talk about good things about economic cooperation. And then people-to-people relation is very important, and that's a foundation. But South Korea and ASEAN countries need to talk about security. Otherwise, it will be very incomplete relationship. Before it was okay. But nowadays in the 2020s, and then we are entering very the very hard and rough times, the convergence of the regions and convergence of security. So that's what my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Beck. I will invite Mr. Ho to give comments on Professor Beck's speech.
Thank you. 안녕하세요. I'm Sean from Singapore, the RSIS. Firstly, thank you to the organizers for inviting me here. It's the first time back in Korea since the pandemic, so it's really good to see some old faces and meet new people as well. I have 5 minutes to give comments on Professor Peck's presentation, so I wrote down 5 points, which I will briefly go through. The first thing is that I actually appreciate the ROK government's announcement of their Indo-Pacific strategy and the Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative in the ASEAN region in Cambodia. I thought that this was a very important venue to announce this strategy, because a lot of people in ASEAN, especially those who are interested in ASEAN-Korea relations, have been wondering about the future of the Moon government's New Southern Policy and New Southern Policy Plus. And I think this gives reassurance that that policy will continue in a different name, but the substance of which will carry on. And I think also in this context, it appears to me at least that there will be a bigger security focus for President Yoon and the ROK government's policy towards ASEAN. And of course, the North Korea issue will likely become higher on the agenda compared to the more engagement approach taken by the Moon government before that. As for the economic component, based on the information I have so far from the ASEAN summit and related summits, I think the economic component of the New Southern Policy Plus will continue. That's the first point. The second thing is also what Professor Pick mentioned about ROK's policy towards ASEAN. One important point is that there is a rare bipartisan support between the two major rival parties here in the ROK for ASEAN. So I think that is to be encouraged, that is to be continued, that has no major obstacles, and ASEAN is friendly. Okay? Point number 3 is the New Southern Policy Plus. As those in this crowd may be familiar, the policy by the Moon Jae-in government was focused on ASEAN and India. As for the Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative that President Yoon recently announced, I did not see any mention of India in that policy. And it makes me wonder whether there will be a standalone focus for the ROK on India, especially since India is a key player in this Indo-Pacific, India Ocean, etc., makes up the Indo part of the IPS, Indo-Pacific strategy. And also, I've made this argument in previous conferences before, that the previous Presidential Committee on the New Southern Policy was a useful organization to coordinate policy between the different parts of the ROK, and in fact should be institutionalized with permanent staff rather than seconded staff, which I recall was the case under the Moon government. I think this again will give assurance to the ASEAN countries that the ROK's policy towards ASEAN and its member states is for the long term, and regardless of which government takes power in the ROK, this will continue. The next point I wanted to make, point number 4, is the option 1, 2, 3, which Professor Pick mentioned in his presentation. I think most of the ASEAN member states would belong to option number 2, where we don't really want to choose between the US and China. And even if we did, it depends on the situation, the issue, or the condition. And when we favor one side against the other on a particular issue, it doesn't mean that each of us in ASEAN are entirely in the China bloc or entirely in the US bloc. Because ultimately, we would still like to preserve this ASEAN unity, and also, as Ambassador Ong mentioned, the concept of ASEAN centrality and our relations with dialogue partners. And maybe point number 5, just very briefly, I think my professional opinion or honest opinion, is that because of the history and the geography, ASEAN and Korea are actually not tier 1 partners for each other. By that, I mean for ROK, I think the natural focus has been on the major powers around you here. And of course, ASEAN, we also see ROK as important, but maybe not in the exact first tier of countries in foreign policy. But this may not necessarily be a bad thing, because this means that there's actually a lot of potential to grow this relationship in the years and decades ahead. And it also is important because there has no historical baggage between ASEAN and the 10 member states with the Republic of Korea. It's not subject to issues of history or other major challenges or obstacles. And therefore, a lot of it can be focused on cooperation. A lot of it can be focused on building this into a sustainable relationship for the long term and move higher into each other's tier 2 section. So we may not be tier 1 partners, but within the tier 2 section, I think it is in our interest to move higher up that tier to become stronger and more important partners for each other. So those are just the brief 5 points I have in the brief 5 minutes, and I thank you for your attention to what I say, and I look forward to our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, Professor Beck, please.
Well, thank you for your comments. I mean, the point number 2, layer bipartisan support. I think this is, there is no reason to deviate from this, policy point. So I think it will be maintained, and then I think it's if South Korea has enough capacity to maintain the relationship or make a progress and develop the relationship with the ASEAN countries, again, bilateral and unilateral and multilateral level. And I am very, very hopeful. Number 2 is, ASEAN and the New Southern Policy Plus. Well, and then India is gone, but that's not the case. And the Indo-Pacific strategy, I personally, indirectly involved in the, drafting the document. And then those Indo-Pacific strategy would include the region from all the way to East Africa, to West Pacific. Many people say it might be, strategic it's a strategic overstretch, but I think this is that's how I see it. So that means the India and the other subcontinent in Southeast Asian countries are included in this Indo-Pacific strategy to upgrade an expanded version of a New Southern policy. Option 2, understandable, but I think in ASEAN countries, especially countries such as India, Indonesia, and then Vietnam, and they need to think about creating some other autonomous or say independent or separated bloc along with other middling powers in other regions. Oh, by the way, I mean the New Southern policy is only includes the Southeast Asia and then India, but it's definitely the expanded to Oceania right now. South Korean MOFA actually recently established the committee for the South Pacific island region. Oh yeah, and the Tier 1, of course, we are not in the Tier 1. We know that China in South Korea is more than willing to be regarded as Tier 1. I think this is the way to go, and then there's no other way for South Korea not to be included Tier 1 list of ASEAN in the near future, because South Korea needs more partners, not just China. The United States is not enough, of course. The United States is very, very important, but it's not enough for South Korean national interest. And the most important partners are from my neighbors, our neighbors in Southeast Asia. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Professor Beck. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vivian Tong to talk about challenges in the economic sector.
So thank you very much for your introduction, Professor Sim Jong-Hyun. His Excellency Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General of Asean-Korea Center, His Excellency Lee Shin-hwan, President of Korea Academic Council on the United Nations System, Professor, Korea University. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank you for the organizer to invite me to the Asean-Korea Forum. And because of the time, the presentation is so tight, so I go straight to my presentation about the challenge to sustain ASEAN-Korea economic cooperation from the economic viewpoint. So my presentation here is, before I go to the challenges to sustain economic cooperation, I'd like to share my viewpoint on the global development context and ASEAN-Korea economic cooperation in order to understand why these are the challenges to sustain the economic cooperation between ASEAN and Korea. So about the global development context, as you may know, recently we talked about the great power rivalry. That is the US-China rivalry. And over the past year, we experienced the competition between US and China shifting from the trade war, world trade, to the high-tech war. That means it was shift from not the reason behind is not about the trade deficit between US and China, but it is about who will lead the global economies from the future. And the second thing is we experienced the rivalry between between Russia and US and the rest, and the war. The Russia war in Ukraine is the review of this rivalry between Russia and US and the West. The second things I would like to express is the climate change and the non-traditional security issue the global economy experience. In my viewpoint, extreme weather and rising sea level is the most important things that the global economy may face in the near future. In ASEAN, many countries, including Vietnam, are facing the problems of rising sea level. And in some of the scheme, some part of the southern part of Vietnam in the near future, in the year 2050, 70% of the total area of the southern part of Vietnam may disappear because of the rising sea level. Also, the salty will affect a lot because the southern part of Vietnam also the region that provide food for the whole country and also provide exporting food from Vietnam to the world. And not only Vietnam, but other countries in ASEAN also facing the same problem. I think that Cambodia and Thailand also experience that difficulties. The second challenge is the infectious diseases such as the COVID-19 pandemic. It reveals the fact that in the past, the agglomeration is the most efficient way to organize our production and production network. But infection disease appears that that model is not a good choice of our production in the future anymore. And the third point is food security and energy security. And we all experience the difficulty of rising the energy price and about rising the inflation in recently. And the world economy is facing very difficulty because of stagflation. We're also facing the difficulty because of the infectious disease that the economic activity is stagnation, but also the government facing the difficulties in control the inflation in recent year. So the impact to the ASEAN, we have some, from my viewpoint, there's some kind of positive impact and negative impact. The positive impact is that it's enhancing the collaboration among ASEAN member states as well as ASEAN Plus to cope with the COVID-19 pandemic. And one of the evidence is that the COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund was established to address both immediate needs and long-term goals of ASEAN member states arising from the pandemic. And in this fund, Korea commits to contribute $6 million US. And the third one is trade facilitation, aims at maintaining international investment and global production chains. But also, we are facing some difficulties. That is, Indo-Pacific is the new geopolitical theaters, and ASEAN member states may involving in the great power rivalry. ASEAN country may facing the difficulties because of this rivalry. Some countries have to make the choice. But in the case of Vietnam, the government already announced that we do not make any choice of size, but choice of we make a choice of rights and justice. But you know that it's very difficult because from the May of this year, Joe Biden, the president of the US, already announced the Indo-Pacific economic framework. That's an initiative will force the countries like ASEAN country to make a choice. Also, the next year, China will review the Belt Road Initiative, and that's we may experience the reaction of China on that initiatives. The second thing is the intensifying concern on the marine security in the East Seas of Vietnam, or sometimes called South China Sea. That's if we see that the production, the global production center is ASEAN, China, and India. So that the East Sea of Vietnam is very great concern on the security to maintain the production network of the global as well as the production chain. And the third thing is livelihood of the people in ASEAN member states are threatening, and the income within countries and among the countries become wider. The gap of income become wider and wider, not only because of the pandemic, but also because of losing job because under the disruption of the production network. And the third thing is that, the fourth thing is that the productivity growth rate is shrinking, and the risk of fragmenting global economic is higher because of the US-China rivalry. Under the chip war, the global economy may experience the separation of the two production network under the two platform, one platform of production technology led by the US and the other platform of production technology led by China. And the fifth one is the economy of ASEAN member states recovers slowly. The triangle China, India, and ASEAN cooperation experienced no progress during the pandemic. For the ASEAN-Korea economic cooperation, we experienced an upgrading of cooperation between ASEAN and the 6 partners, including Korea, to a higher level after 8 years during the year 2012-2020. And we do expecting that enterprise in member state of ASEAN could join global production network quickly and efficiently with the lead of the other enterprise in the 6 nations. The second thing is that ODA in the year 2021, the world experienced the rise of official development aid, and Korea has significant contribute to the global ODA. The total ODA in 2021 is 179 billion US dollar, of which Korea provides 860 million US dollar. That is 56 times higher than that of Korea in 1991. In Vietnam, the Korea ODA focusing on capacity building. So we do expect that there's a positive in helping the Vietnamese people and other countries in ASEAN to upgrade their capacity. The third one is Korea plays important partner of ASEAN, especially in Vietnam. So after 30 years of cooperation, 10 years of upgrading from free trade agreement to accept, Korea becomes the major partner of FDI in Vietnam, the third trading partner with Vietnam. So there are some concern on the mutual benefit of the different, because of the different development level between ASEAN country and the others, including Korea. Korea enterprise may be the main beneficiaries of the RCEP, while ASEAN enterprise may face difficulty during development because of the competition. And also that concern is was raised in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, because even in that initiative of the US, there are some voice that most of the benefits will belong to the developed country, while the member of that initiative that is underdeveloped or developing country will not benefit from that initiative. The ODA may lead to corruption, which badly affect the development progress of some member states in ASEAN, and high cost of technology diffusion from advanced to less developed countries, and development gaps between Korea and member states of ASEAN become widened. The reason is that it is now very difficult for enterprise in the developing country in ASEAN to access to the new technology with the reasonable price, and the pandemic also affect a lot on the operation of those enterprises. And the fourth thing is that ASEAN member states may face trade conflict with other countries in the world originate from the trade deficit with Korea. Recently, Vietnam also facing that problem because we have trade deficit with China. Why we're facing the trade surplus with US. So the challenge to sustain ASEAN-Korea cooperation is that there are 4 challenges. First, ASEAN member states, especially developing and transitional members, are facing difficulties during the progress of transition toward a new model of economic growth, especially green growth or blue economy, developing digital economy, and risk from the US-China rivalry in chip technology. And the third one is Korea enterprise development, and the cultural conflicts issue is still one of the prominent issues. If we could enhance our sustained cooperation between ASEAN and Korea. And the fourth one is corruption, and the administration issue may destroy or hamper the cooperation between ASEAN and Korea. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Fee, for pointing out important issues in the ASEAN-Korea cooperation. Now, Professor Lee Chung-yeol, please.
Okay, so thank you for the invitation. Actually, Dr. Ho actually just watched this simple paper to announce what he'd like to do. But unfortunately, I'm getting older, so I cannot memorize everything. So I used my presentation PowerPoint. So here is that, first thing is that both sides of ASEAN and Korea agree. The relationship has been deepened for several decades. We agree that. And both sides agree that many things has to be done in the future, and some can be done what ASEAN needs, okay? Dr. Beans and Tong mentioned that some of the issues, that technology transfer, local corruption, maybe green technology growth, cultural conflict between Korean company and local people, data development for ASEAN. I'm totally agree with that here. That when I travel around meeting with the people in ASEAN, I mean, that's the way it is. My idea is that to take care of these problems is there should be some distinction between what the Korean has to do, what the ASEAN has to do. So there's no distinction so far. And actually, Korean scholars never study those things. ASEAN scholars neither. So that it's time to discuss that. And both ideas, we have to cooperate together. Here's my idea. Actually, technology transfer is well known that Korean companies have a very generous to make a technology transfer. There are some reasons is that. I don't have time enough, so that I will go. But in generally, and when I get the interview with ASEAN people, said that Korea has a very good reputation, so that I don't think there's much problem. And compare with other advanced country cases. Green growth is very important, but unfortunately, even Korea is in trouble. Still, Korea regime has president changed from past president to current president. We are very confused what to do in the green growth. So that Korea, even Korean are not confident on it. So that it's technology transfer, having transport developed together, maybe it's a little earlier than to discuss. Maybe in the future, maybe 5 years later, when you have a mature technology, you have experiences, we can work it together. But now it is too early. Cultural conflict, Korean companies and local people, that's right, it's very, very urgent. I mean, as far as I know, it has been improved. When I discussed with a Korean company about 20 years ago when they first went to some South Asian countries, there are many, many bizarre accidents also happen here, but now it's something that, but we should do more here. Korean government and company must spend more time and money for it. That's absolutely true. Detailed development, actually for ASEAN, it's actually the area the Korean government and Korean company try to do it here. So it's a little, it take time, but if you're waiting, we must have something in the future. One of the reasons for the problem of the Korean company to participate in the working with the ASEAN is that those are the people who run these businesses about ages about 35, around 40s. They are graduate of engineering schools, and they've been maybe working all day long, 7 days a week and 24 hours a day. These are the people only with the computer programmers. When I discuss with these people, say that they have no idea of who are the ASEAN, what kind of people they are living, what kind of service they are doing. So that my job is to take a program and give some advice if they like. But they like to have do something with the ASEAN people here. So that what they have to do, currently, some of the programs provided, I think it's take time. But it's very important areas, it's very promising area too. And local corruption, I mean, it's very difficult for Korean to do here. Korean cannot interfere with the domestic issues, that's right. But the only thing Korean can do is that here we can share the experiences to fight against the corruption in Korean experiences. Actually, most people, scholars around the world, praise that Korea achieved economic growth and social political development in the past decades. And they also try to learn something on the economic development, but they don't want to learn something on the social and political development, including reducing corruption here. So they send many government officers to Korea to learn what they are doing in the economic development. But they don't send upon how to reduce the corruption, because they are the corrupted people. So that no one sent their representative to say the social and political development. And that's the truth. Most of the Korea's ODA training program is focusing on the education, on the economics and maybe skills and like that, not on the development of social. That was one thing here. So whenever I have time, talk with some people in the local developing countries, that I show this table. And that's the this is the way how Korea has improved the corruption, reduced the corruption is that. How many presidents we send to jail for the past years? How many relatives of the president's son and brothers and sent to jail? This is the way it is here. So this is what I'm talking today. If you like to do these things, you can have clear economy. So that is the most important part of your thing. It's not can be done by us. So we can share the experiences. If you like to send your president 5 years later, then you can succeed in the corruption. I mean, that's very sad story. And Koreans are sometimes very ashamed on this. We select our president, who is going to be 5 years later going to send to jail. It's just choice of the Korean people here that we make wrong choices. Well, at the same time, we continue to send our president to jail every 5 years. Then we have a clear society. That's a contradiction. It's a praise for us. It's a shame for us. So that, I always send my friend in the developing countries, say, show this table here. Okay, thank you very much for attention.
Thank you, Professor Lee, for very insightful comments.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. It's very interesting and a good experience. But, I have some idea like this for the technology diffusion. It's not only just the issue of technology diffusion from Korea enterprise to the ASEAN enterprise. Although we know that Korean enterprise have a higher technology level, but here, under the context, as I said, the US and China rivalry in the technology, in the field of technology, I mean that even the Korean country, a Korean enterprise may not have some kind of core technology. And during that time, if the world is separated into the two platforms of technology, one was led by the US companies, and the other was led by the US, by the China. Then the problem we have to face is how to make a transfer, good transfer from the two sides, from the two countries, and to build up the new platform of production network. And as the first presenter also said that countries hesitate to make a choice. So we have to afford, or we have to have the system that flexible, that could connect not only with the system production led by the US, but also have to connect to the production system led by the China. So that they may have a transaction cost and high transaction cost to adapt with that situation. So it is not only the problems of ASEAN country that enhancing the labor capacity to help enterprise of ASEAN to absorb the technology transfer from Korea. But I mean that we have facing the same issue when absorb the technology transfer from China and from US. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fee. Now, let me invite Professor Kim Hyung-jun to talk about cooperation in the socio-cultural sector.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kim Hyung-jun, and I'm at the moment served as president of the Korean Association of Southeast Asian Studies. It's an association representing scholars who are studying and doing research on Southeast Asia. I'm very glad to be here to discuss matters related to ASEAN-Korean relations. And today I'm talking about how to, is some clues of just a small materials related to the ways of promoting sociocultural relations between Korea and ASEAN. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. So as you can see in the slide, in the 2010s, Koreans are fascinated by the rapid increase of people-to-people exchanges between Korea and ASEAN. As you can see, before the pandemic, the Koreans who visited ASEAN increased almost 1 million every year. So it's almost amazing phenomenon that we have never dreamed of. And there also happens some sort of reciprocal thing from ASEAN to Korea. So even if the increase was relatively small, but still we can see a constant increase in people from Southeast Asian countries to Korea, visiting Korea. So because the phenomenon was too dramatic, so we have a quite optimistic view that such a dramatic increase in people-to-people exchanges will bring a bright future to the relationship between Korea and ASEAN. But today, what I'm trying to delivering is that we have to think a bit more seriously about the relationship, how to promote the relationship between Korea and ASEAN. And I'm focusing especially on the perception of Koreans and toward ASEAN and ASEAN's toward Korea too. But anyway, so we cannot assume that increasing people-to-people exchanges automatically result in decreasing sociocultural distances or forging positive perceptions or something like that. So I'm using some materials from published ones, and I'd like to raise some questions whether we can consider increase in human people-to-people exchanges automatically result in good relations. So I found out several perceptual gaps in Korea and ASEAN, and these are 4. I divided it into 4, and it's because I obtained the data from 4 different sources. The first one is gaps between Korean news and ASEAN news. The ASEAN Center, Asean-Korea Center, which hosts today's conference, published a very interesting and very useful materials to look at the relationship between Korea and ASEAN. As you can see, that when we ask question about are you interested in Korea to ASEAN respondents and vice versa, as you can see, we could find out a very dramatic difference. So people who are interested in Korea among ASEANs are really high, but about half of Koreans youth responded that they are not that interested in ASEAN. So yeah, we can find out some perceptual gaps. And what is interesting is that the experiences of Korean respondents who visited ASEAN countries is quite much more higher than those ASEAN respondents, which, of course, it does not automatically mean, but we can assume that just visiting certain reason does not bring some feelings of closeness with this result. And the next one is a bit more serious one, and I was quite shocked when I see through these result. So when we ask the dominant image of Korea to Southeast Asians and dominant images of Southeast Asia to Koreans, we can find out very different answers. So Koreans are thinking that Southeast Asians, ASEANs, people from ASEANs are short, yellow skin, skinny, black skin, dark skin, and something like that. This result is quite worrisome because I'm not that brave enough to say that Koreans have racist views on Southeast Asians, but still it is quite close to racist view. So what they focus when they think about Southeast Asians is their biological, which cannot be changed. So in that sense, it is quite worrisome, and we have to think about why Koreans, when they characterize Southeast Asia, use such biological concepts. On the other hand, ASEAN youths have a very positive and optimistic, very cozy views on Koreans. So we can find out some sharp contrast between Korean youth and ASEAN youth. And secondly, I found out that it's not that important for today's discussion. But anyway, I found out two materials. One is from the survey result from ASEAN Korean Center, and the other one is from the State of Southeast Asia report published by Isak Institute. And these two data cannot be directly compared because it is totally different, the ways how they conduct the survey. But anyway, the result is quite different. So among the youths of ASEAN countries, they have a favorable attitude toward Korea, Japan, and Australia. And the difference is not that remarkable. Yeah, there are some differences, but anyway, it is not that different. But when we look at the data from the state of Southeast Asia, it is obtained from the opinion leaders of Southeast Asia, and their perceptions toward Korea, Japan, and Australia is quite different. They have a very favorable perception toward Japan compared to Korea and Australia. These two data cannot be directly compared because, it is a totally different surveys that they are based. But anyway, we have to think that there may be some gaps between youths of Southeast Asian countries and opinion leaders from the region. And the third gap that I have found out was from a survey conducted by Asean Institute, and it is not directly related to the perception of Southeast Asia, but it is related to the new Southern policy. And as you can see, the positive response toward NSP is quite different based on age. So the young age, they are not generally interested in this sort of policy. But anyhow, their approval rate is quite low compared to those in their 50s and 60s. So this can also be a gap in how Koreans perceive Southeast Asia. And the fourth gaps that I found out was, it is not based on some survey, but it is just some impressional thing. But anyway, I think that there may be some perceptual gaps between the general public of Korea And extremist, I just use extremist. I'm not sure whether it is a proper term or not. But anyway, extremist YouTubers in Korea. So after the we are still in the middle of the pandemic, but anyway, this year, in the third quarter, the most Korean visitors overseas visited Vietnam, which means that the general public of Korea are interested in visiting Vietnam or Southeast Asia. But at the same time, from I think 2 or 3 years ago, from the time on, we can find out some extreme YouTubers who try to spread hoax news and hate speech on Southeast Asia. So it is a bit puzzling how to interpret the emergence of these extreme YouTubers. In one sense, for example, back in 10 or 20 years ago, there was no Koreans who demonstrate their hate in public. But at the time, I think it was because we were not interested in Southeast Asia at all. So there was no one who spread hate speech toward Southeast Asia. But so in that sense, the emergence of this sort of YouTubers signifies that Koreans are now just a little bit show interest in Southeast Asia. In that sense, yeah, it is quite optimistic. But still, we need some very careful interpretation, because what they try to demonstrate is that Southeast Asians are quite underdeveloped, uncivilized, or something like that. As I said before, they are using heaps of racist claims on what to present their views. So there are some examples, and you can easily find out these clips in YouTube. And finally, I had my own research material. I did a very short research last summer, and at that time I did interviews with Indonesian students who are studying in Chuncheon, my university. And I found out 2 very interesting findings. First is that they say that they had no experiences of discrimination in Korea. It was a very surprising answer, because I did my research on hijab a few years ago, and at that time, the perception of Koreans towards hijab was very bad. And actually, I was criticized quite a lot with the fact that I studied hijab. It was something like a very extremist attitude. But when I interviewed my Indonesian students in Chuncheon, in Gangwon-do, and they said they did not experience any sort of discrimination in Korea. And they say that so Koreans are very kind, and even those who are wearing jilbab said that no experience of discrimination. So that was my first surprise. And the second one is that no one says that they have Korean friends. Of course, the research was done under the condition of pandemic. So yeah, the interaction may be a little bit less before the pandemic, but still, I found out some structural reasons why they could not make Korean friends. And one of the answers that they made was that Koreans do not show any interest in Indonesia, particularly, and in Southeast Asia in general. So they can greet, they can make some short meeting with Koreans, but they cannot continue their conversation because Koreans do not have proper questions or something like that. So I had to say that then you have to show interest in Korean society, then Koreans may be very interested in talking with you. And they said, because most of them are very good students and they studied in, not in social science, but in natural science or engineers. So in their labs, they do not talk about Korean society. They talk about things. So in that sense, I was quite surprising to find out that Koreans do not show interest in Indonesian students, Korean students. So I think it might be related to the indifference of Koreans towards Southeast Asia, how these indifferences may bring negative images on our relationships. So the last one is the last slide of mine, and actually I want to find out some or present some solutions or ways to promote the relationships, but actually I cannot find out a proper one, so I just put some banal comments on the issue. So the first thing is that increasing people-to-people exchanges does not mean shortening socio-cultural distances. That's very clear one that I would like to present. And with the perceptional gaps, it is likely that the primary target for policy consideration, if we have some consideration, is Korean youth, who are relatively less interested in and informed of Southeast Asian people and countries. And then spontaneous interest in ASEAN may not result in creating positive perceptions, as is demonstrated by the extremist YouTubers. Yeah, they are very spontaneous, but the results are not that positive. Yeah, they try to use very negative images and negative speeches. So that's the panel conclusion of mine. So long-term plans should be made to forge positive perception of ASEAN in Korea and vice versa. And in Korea, I think tertiary education is the key. And what I try to add is that ASEAN countries should understand that perceptions of Koreans toward ASEAN is not that good, so that they can make some policies or they can make some ideas or whatever schemes or programs in order to Koreans know more about ASEAN countries. So that's the last one that I would like to say today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Kim. Dr. Dhafri Agusalim, please give comment on Professor Kim's presentation.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me argue that from my point of view, this is a kind of golden age of the relationship between ASEAN and Korea. And this golden age of relationships cannot be denied as a part of the, in fact, of the cultural diplomacy conducted by Koreans so far. As we know, it's also recognized by international community that Korea is one of the most successful countries, I think, in conducted a kind of art and cultural diplomacies, not only in the toward ASEAN, but also in the world. It can be seen from what Professor Jones already mentioned before. And this high interest of Korean culture product has played a very important role in getting closer, increasing liking positive image and sympathy of the ASEAN community toward Korea. There's a kind of increasing what I call enmity feelings among the ASEAN member countries, peoples, toward Koreans in relation to the, let's say, political and security issues in regions, which is seems to us that the most of the ASEAN member countries, people, especially Indonesian, who, their empathy and sympathy to Korea. And I have a data here actually since about how loved the most Indonesian people, especially in the people of ASEAN member countries, toward the art and cultural product of South Korea, like K-pop, for example, and Korean drama, and also beauty products, very famous. And the positive impacts of the Southeast Asian nation toward Korea ultimately contributed significantly to the improvement of economic and trade, political and security relations between Korea and ASEAN, as already mentioned by a previous speaker. But it doesn't mean that there is no challenges actually facing by Korea and ASEAN in the future. Now, let me mention some of the challenges that might be, can be sort of the considerations for the political elite or decision maker in the future. The first one is the domestic, social, economic, and political stabilities in each ASEAN member countries. What happens in the domestic countries of the ASEAN member countries can be impact negatively or positively to the relationship between Korea and ASEAN. The secondly, conflict between ASEAN member countries, let's say conflict, territorial conflict between one country to another, and also negative impact of China-US rivalry, as already mentioned, and global political and economic dynamics such as Russia-Ukraine war. And most importantly, in relation to the socio-cultural relationship, we have to keep in mind that the public appetite and interest in the cultural products such as K-pop is dynamic, basically. They can change from time to time. A couple of decades ago, as I know, especially among the young people in Indonesia, they love very much the art and cultural product of Hollywood, right? And then they change their minds, you know, they like the movies, Japanese movies, also Indian. For mother, they like, let's say, Latin American drama, Indian drama, and so on. But now, most of the ASEAN young people, especially Indonesia, they like K-pop very much. If you ask 10 of Indonesian young people whether they know about K-pop or they like it, and then the answer, I think 9 of them will answer, yes, we know it, we love it, we want to go to visit Korea one day. And secondly, also there's a kind of opportunity as well, of course. The excessive positive image of Korea in the eye of people of ASEAN countries can be once again, you know, a kind of glue to maintain the closer relationship between ASEAN and Korea. And also there's an economic and political interdependency between ASEAN and Korea. And one more thing, I think this is the very important one, there's a unique as well, no negative historical legacy. Once again, no negative historical legacy between Korea and Southeast Asian countries. Unlike relationship between Indonesia, well, with the other countries. There's something, you know, negative, you know, memories, but not with the Korea as far as I'm concerned. I think this is a kind of very basic capital for Korea and ASEAN to strengthen their relations. So what then Korea and Indonesia have to do, or ASEAN have to do? Continue to improve mutual understanding between the two sides, of course, continue to encourage social, cultural, education interaction, and also besides strengthening institutional relationship between Korea and ASEAN, it's also necessary to strengthen bilateral relations between Korea and ASEAN member countries. And also, Korea needs to continue improve and maintaining its positive image in the eye of ASEAN community by strengthening, developing cultural diplomacy as it has been doing so far, more creatively, and vice versa. I think that's all. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I absolutely agree with Dr. Dhafri. So the relationship between perception between Korea and ASEAN countries definitely can easily change. So we have to make efforts, continuous efforts to make it more positive or more harmonious between harmonious relationships. But as I said before, Koreans are more focused on Southeast Asia. Koreans relatively neglect how we can promote Southeast Asia in Korea. So this work, I think, cannot be solely given to Korean people alone. So I think ASEAN people, ASEAN and Southeast Asian countries should make efforts to let Southeast Asia known to Korean people. Yeah, you have to give more scholarship to Korean students who may want to study in Southeast Asian countries or something like that. So when these efforts can be reciprocal, I think perception might be changing little by little. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I wanted to open up the floor for questions, but unfortunately, we run out of time for this panel. A lot of important issues are raised. I wish we had more time for discussion, but we should spare time for another opportunity. So please join me thanking presenters and discussants. Thank you.
Thank you, professors, for the insightful presentations and discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, the next section will feature the ASEAN-Korea cooperation from the policy perspectives, and we are very honored to have distinguished figures from ASEAN and Korea with us today. The second session will start at 3:35, so please stay tuned while we prepare the stage. In the meantime, please don't forget to submit post-event survey forms. Thank you.
One of the most important objectives and priorities of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, or ASEAN in short, is to provide its population of 660 million peoples with a safe and peaceful place to live, work, and play. To this end, ASEAN has been working in earnest to lay the foundation for political and security cooperation to ensure that the stability and security of the region provides a conducive environment to promote economic growth and prosperity, as well as fostering closer social-cultural bonds within the ASEAN community. ASEAN is also actively engaging its external partners in support of its community-building efforts. For the past 55 years, ASEAN has been guided by three primary imperatives. First, we strive to help the people of ASEAN to live harmoniously with one another and the world at large in a just, democratic, and harmonious environment. Second, we endeavor to build an equitable, progressive, safe, and stable region for all of us to call home, where our people enjoy human rights, fundamental freedoms, and social justice. Last but not least, we strive to strengthen cooperation in the political security realm as a bedrock for a peaceful and stable ASEAN community. By all measures, ASEAN is one of the most successful regional organizations, but we will not rest on our laurels. The continuing peace and stability of ASEAN depends on our ability to respond to three imperatives by deepening our mutual trust, to address future threats, and work together to find sustainable solutions. This can only be achieved through inclusive and constructive dialogues and cooperation among the 10 ASEAN member states and its external partners. And this is where the ASEAN Political Security Community, APSC, comes in. I invite you to join me on a short journey where I will outline the work, mission, and objectives of the ASEAN Political Security Community. As a point of departure, I will explain how the APSC blueprint is helping us build a community that is rules-based, people-oriented, and people-centered, and offer a vision for the future of ASEAN and as an outward-looking community founded on fundamental principles and a shared identity. Let us begin by taking a broader look at the APSC and its role in ASEAN. The ASEAN Political Security Community is one of the three pillars that make up the ASEAN community. The other two being the ASEAN Economic Community and the ASEAN Social Cultural Community, which focus on economic and social cultural cooperation respectively. The EPAC role in the ASEAN community building has three broad objectives. First, preserve regional peace and stability. Second, address security challenges. And three, develop mutually beneficial relations with external partners. Our roadmap for this journey is the APAC Blueprint, which is central to the implementation of the APAC vision. Our mission is to build a united, inclusive, and resilient community where the peoples of ASEAN nations can live in safety, embracing the values of tolerance and moderation as part of their shared identity. We envisage a future in which ASEAN aspires to three goals. First, a people-centered region. To provide the people of ASEAN with a fair and inclusive society, our approach must be guided by fundamental principles, shared values and norms, in which our peoples enjoy human rights, fundamental freedoms and social justice, embrace the values of tolerance and moderation, and share a strong sense of togetherness, common identity and destiny. Some of the building blocks in achieving these community goals include the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration, the Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters, along with the ASEAN Law Forum and the ASEAN Women for Peace Registry.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session will begin soon. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the session will begin soon. Please be seated. Session. The second session, entitled ASEAN Centrality and the Strategic Importance of ASEAN-Korea Cooperation from Policy Perspectives, will be moderated by His Excellency Jo Tae-yeol. His Excellency is the former Vice Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of RRK and currently serves as an advisor of the Korea Academic Council on the United Nations system. Please give a warm welcome to His Excellency and Ms. Chung Eui-hae, the Director General of ASEAN and Southeast Asian Affairs Bureau at Ministry of Foreign Affairs of RRK, Mr. Sim Birik, Director General of General Department of ASEAN at Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia, His Excellency Michael Tini, Deputy Secretary General for ASEAN Political Security Community at ASEAN Secretariat, Dr. Lee Jae-hyun, Senior Fellow at Asan Institute for Policy Studies. Your Excellency, the floor is now yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second session of the Korea ASEAN Forum 2022. My name is Jo Tae-yeol, and I'm a former Vice Foreign Minister and Ambassador to the United Nations. I'm sitting here because I'm serving as the Senior Advisor for KCUNS, one of the three co-sponsors of this event. But I do have a very special personal interest in the Korea-ASEAN partnership because I believe it is so important for the future of the Korean diplomacy. So I'm very pleased to serve as a moderator of this session. At the previous session, discussions were focused on the scholarly and academic perspective on the major challenges in developing a sustainable Korea-ASEAN partnership. But at this session, we are now shifting the focus to the policy perspectives on the strategic importance of the Korea-ASEAN partnership and how the ASEAN centrality comes into play in the geopolitical dynamics of the region in this context. And we have a very distinguished four panelists from both sides with broad experience and expertise. Actually, most of them are working on the ground, heavily engaged in the management of foreign policy and diplomacy. So we are pleased to have all these four panelists. And for the smooth conduct of business today, I would not introduce each of the panelists in detail because it is already introduced by my colleague. So I will invite all the panelists to present their views and thoughts one by one and move on to the group discussions. So may I ask Ms. Jung to lead off the discussions, giving the Korean perspective on the topic.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here, especially because I'm a graduate of Korea University. I remember being here about 30 years ago. So when I arrived, I thought to myself, thank God I'm done. And boy, am I old. So as Vice Minister Cho's introduced us, we all have been dealing with ASEAN affairs for a number of years, in my case, for over a decade. And it is a real pleasure to see some old faces, friends, colleagues. We've been engaged in many discussions, but I know that the question on everyone's minds is what happened in Phnom Penh about a week ago? How was the summit? Did the president realize how important ASEAN is to Korea and vice versa? And the answer is yes. It was an extremely successful visit by President Yoon, his first of many coming visits to ASEAN. And I have to commend my colleague from Cambodia for doing such an excellent job as ASEAN chair this year, amid many, many difficulties and challenges. So let's try to share with you the skeletal framework which we introduced in Phnom Penh. So as you all know, Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, or the framework, not the specifics, but the framework was unveiled at our ASEAN ROK summit. So we have three traits that comprise a vision of the Indo-Pacific region, which is a region that is free, peaceful, and prosperous. And the guiding principles for this region are inclusivity, or inclusiveness, trust, and reciprocity. I think reciprocity, a better word for reciprocity would be a mutually beneficial relationship. So those are the three guiding principles. What is striking, though, is that even though the Indo-Pacific has a geographical reach that exceeds Southeast Asia all the way to the coast of West Africa, what is really center in this Indo-Pacific strategy, stated in the strategy, is the desire of the ROK to have a substantive and strategic cooperation with ASEAN on the basis of our support for ASEAN centrality and AOIP, otherwise known as the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So I think when you look at the first page of the Indo-Pacific strategy, you realize that it is really speaking to the ASEAN partners, that they are at the center and forefront of our Indo-Pacific strategy, as was the case with our new Southern policy under the previous administration. So there are 9 priorities which are outlined in the Indo-Pacific strategy. And these, I will not go into too much detail, but what is really important is that we envision a regional order in the Indo-Pacific that is based on rules and shared norms, which stresses rule of law and human rights, non-proliferation and counterterrorism efforts. Here you realize that it is speaking to the situation on the Korean Peninsula as well as the security situation in Southeast Asia as well. The Malacca Straits with piracy problems, South China Sea situation. Number 4, comprehensive security cooperation. And this includes maritime economy, maritime security, cyber and health security, which have really come to the fore with the pandemic. On economic security networks, here we're talking about establishing early warning systems and establishing a fair and mutually beneficial digital trade rules. So this is a comprehensive, these 9 priority areas are all very comprehensive concepts which encompass specific issues. Science and technology cooperation, bridging the digital divide. Obviously, the digital economy is a source of great future growth for our region. And we thought this was very important to deal with under the Indo-Pacific strategy. Climate change and energy security, which has been worsened by the situation in Ukraine. Tailored development cooperation partnerships. Here, we believe that it's important to facilitate linkages between and among different Indo-Pacific strategies that other countries have put forward, because we obviously want to reduce overlap and maximize our efforts in any partnerships possible. Mutual understanding and exchanges, especially among the youth, as many have mentioned. which is really the solid foundation for engagement with the Indo-Pacific region. President Yoon also introduced the Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative, which is I would say, the NSP wearing a new coat that is brighter, shinier, and better tailored to meet our changing needs with our ASEAN partners. I'm very happy to report that I was at the National Assembly this morning, reporting on the outcome of our summits with ASEAN partners, and we confirmed there is still ample, if not more, bipartisan support on our engagement or on our robust engagement with our ASEAN partners. And we were told that we really need to step up our efforts to engage ASEAN partners in a very strategic and future-oriented way. So that was very encouraging for our policymakers. Now, the three pillars of our Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative can be summarized in the following way. Promoting a rules-based order. And this is speaking to the need to forge stronger strategic coordination in defense cooperation, maritime cooperation, including issues like the DPRK and South China Sea. And one example of a good partnership in the making is the ROK ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting, which kicked off last year and which we hope will become a regular part of our dialogue with the ASEAN partners. Pursuing co-prosperity. This is about the economic cooperation that has been building under the NSP. We have seen that while Korea and ASEAN are an integral part of the global supply chain, we're also at the front line of supply chain disruptions and very vulnerable. On top of that, we've had to deal with the fallout from US-China's intensifying rivalry spilling over into the technological sector. Things like friendshoring, and how do we cope with the changing global supply chain that is disrupted by the pandemic, because ASEAN and Korea are really at the heart of it. So a cooperation to pursue co-prosperity would include stepped up cooperation on supply chain resilience, energy and food security, critical minerals cooperation, digital transformation, as well as upgrading our FTA to include a digital component. IPF, which is the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, would be another platform through which ASEAN, 7 members of ASEAN are in fact members of the IPF, as is Korea. So that would be another avenue of cooperation for our two regions. The third pillar is a coordinated joint response to common challenges. We've seen how important coordinated public health measures are in the midst of the pandemic, cooperating on vaccines and biohealth industry, carbon neutrality, green technology, water resource management, especially in the Mekong region. At the ASEAN ROK Summit in Phnom Penh, the words that we kept hearing over and over coming from the leaders of ASEAN were that their desire to cooperate with Korea on the innovative front, industrial innovative networking, green technology. Those were very much in demand, and we're happy to note that they are being reflected as we formulate the specificities of the Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative. And to do all these things, of course, you need adequate resources. And so I'm very happy to note that President Yoon, in his speech, made a concrete pledge to double Korea's financial contribution to ASEAN ROK Cooperation Fund, our Mekong ROK Cooperation Fund, and BIMPIAGA ROK Cooperation Fund in the next 5 years. So by 2027, Korea's annual contribution to ASEAN would be around $48 million per year going forward. And of course, these will also be increased continually going forward. One concrete deliverable that we would like to achieve as we implement the Indo-Pacific strategy and the Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative is to upgrade our partnership to the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership by 2024, which is the 35th year anniversary of our dialogue relations. Here, we're not just talking about scaling up of efforts that we were doing previously. We would really like to see a partnership that is befitting of this 35-year relationship. And it should address the interests and priorities of both sides in the rapidly changing regional dynamic. We have seen, of course, that DPRK has and will continue to absorb a big part of Korea's diplomatic resources. But there are non-traditional security issues like the climate change and disaster prevention that we just cannot continue putting on the back burner. We have seen that Ukraine, how it affects every corner of the world, the food and energy prices that are soaring, the inflation pressures. These are things that will touch us as much as North Korea's ballistic missiles programs will. And these will be put on equal footing with the issues, traditional threats that we've so far had to deal with. So we really look forward to a robust, honest dialogue with our ASEAN partners toward a convergence of values and vision. Obviously, there are priority differences between Korea and ASEAN, but I think we should continue to pursue continuous and frank discussion to bring our interests closer and closer together. And this is what we'll be doing to upgrade our relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. We also have a very good sub-regional cooperation with our ASEAN partners, the Mekong and the BIMP countries. But I feel that they could be more interconnected. We see that we have a very good dialogue with the Mekong countries and another one with the BIMP countries, but they are not really connected. That could create more synergy and contribute to bridging the development gap between the two regions. So we hope to link them together and come up with a more effective and multi-layered sub-regional cooperation. Lastly, I'm very interested in hearing the views of our ASEAN colleagues, especially on maybe rethinking ASEAN centrality. I think we're so used to this phrase by now that we really take it for granted. And Ambassador Ong Keng-yong really gave a very good definition of ASEAN centrality. But I feel that ASEAN centrality is not a static idea. It's an evolving concept that could really move forward, that better serves ASEAN cohesiveness and unity. The recent challenge we have seen to ASEAN unity and centrality is a difficult and tragic issue of Myanmar, what is happening in Myanmar. And we feel that when we come up against such challenges, both regional and global, ASEAN is capable and has the capacity and the willingness to look at ASEAN centrality and see what changes or adjustments need to be made that can serve ASEAN better. As for the AOIP, Korea really believes that it could be a useful platform once it becomes more specific, that actively engages all the dialogue partners and maybe even rallies minilateral collaborations, of course, with ASEAN at the center. And we hope that ultimately our comprehensive strategic partnership can contribute to assisting ASEAN to fully embracing an evolving ASEAN centrality that can serve all of Indo-Pacific region. So I will stop here, and I look forward to your thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jung and Mr. Sim, would you share the ASEAN perspective on the Asia-Korea partnership?
Thank you, Excellency Cho Tae-hyul, former Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the ROK. I would like to start by thanking the Asean-Korea Center, Korea University ASEAN Center, and the Chey for organizing this first Asean-ROK Forum. Before I start, I'd like to make a short comment on the social perception between ASEAN and ROK. My wife actually watches Korean drama almost every night. And before I depart for ROK, she said, please buy me Korean under-eye mask when I return because she's having panda eye for watching Korean drama. And it's unbelievable that my son and my daughter, they always ask me to bring them to eat Chey the black Korean noodle, which I myself cannot eat. So this is some sort of social perception that Cambodians have toward ROK. This afternoon, during lunch, Ambassador Kim Hae-yong asked me, how do I feel after the end of the summit? I told him in Cambodian, we have an expression that I feel like I remove the mountain off my chest. So this is the feeling most Cambodian people feel at the moment. I think it is with great pride and honor that Cambodia has successfully hosted the 40th and the 41st ASEAN Summit and related summit earlier this month. And as my colleague has said, we have tried our best to put the smile on every face of the leaders who were attending the summit, hoping that they could return home with a good memory in terms of substance and also in terms of how they can revitalize their friendship and personal engagement after 2 years of hiccup caused by the pandemic, which stopped them from having a face-to-face meeting. We appreciate the great assistance from colleagues from all ASEAN member states, as well as our external partner in supporting Cambodian chairmanship for the whole year under the theme ASEAN Act, Addressing Challenges Together. Everyone can agree that it is an exceptionally challenging year as the region was facing many hot stones. My Prime Minister does not call it hot potatoes, but he calls it hot stones. Hot potatoes, I mean, when it cools down, you can eat. But hot stone, even if you cool down, you cannot eat it. So this is how serious the challenges we are facing this year. But what's important is ASEAN and our partners have succeeded in proving that multilateralism is still the best solution to global problems. And with our joint effort, we have succeeded in making those hot stones a little bit cooler so that we can better manage uncertainties, complexity, or even to prevent miscalculated dangers amid increasingly tense superpower rivalries and heating regional wars, including the possibility of nuclear war. Concretely speaking, we had encouraged and provided opportunity to Ukrainian and Russian foreign minister to talk to each other, to give peace a chance through diplomacy. But they were not ready for the talk yet. And just 2 days before, the day before yesterday, US Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Chinese Defense Minister Wei Fenghe met face-to-face in Siem Reap, the spiritual ancient capital of Cambodia, in a meeting that was described as, quote and unquote, productive and professional, to discuss the importance of, quote and unquote, substantive dialogue on reducing strategic risk and enhancing operational safety. So these are real examples of how ASEAN diplomacy and multilateral leadership in the common endeavor to find peace, security, and through the ASEAN-led platform and mechanism. Now on the ASEAN-ROK relation, I wish to thank my dear colleague Jong-Hyun for eloquently speaking about the key policy statement expressed by President Yoon Suk-yeol in his debut at the ASEAN diplomatic scene at the ASEAN-ROK summit held in Phnom Penh earlier this month. I want to recap share some key messages that delivered by our ASEAN leaders. First of all, I think our leaders were pleased with the announcement of by President Hyun, the Korea ASEAN Solidarity Initiative, and also the proposal to establish the comprehensive strategic partnership in 2024, when ASEAN and ROK celebrate the 35 years of our dialogue relation. And leader also made clear that we are pleased that now ASEAN is at one of the few bright spots of global economy and the epicenter of growth. But to maintain the region as an epicenter of growth, we must not allow conflicts or war to take place in the Indo-Pacific. Differences and rivalry must manage well, and ASEAN and ROK should be the main drivers for peace in the region. On economic cooperation, leaders urge for further facilitation of trade and investment, enabling of market access, and ensuring stable production and supply chain, especially through the effective implementation of the ASEAN-ROK FTA and the RCEP. They also urge for more facilitation for the import of agricultural produce, seafood, and seasonal fruit from ASEAN countries. Leaders also look for the possibility to upgrade the ASEAN-ROK free trade area. They also sought for effort to create favorable setting for ASEAN businesses to engage in global supply chain with the Korean corporation and encourage Korea to pursue long-term operation and expand investment in the region, including production of electronic chips. ASEAN and ROK also continue to further enhance connectivity, and we heard leaders appeal for the early conclusion of the ASEAN-ROK Air Services Agreement, which is a key enabler in enhancing regional air transport connectivity, strengthen people-to-people exchanges, as well as business flow. And on digital technology, every ASEAN leader speaks in one voice that ROK is among the world leader in that aspect. So they sought Korea support for the implementation of ASEAN Digital Master Plan and development of digital infrastructure and the utilization of digital technology to support betterment of people's livelihood, businesses, and public services. And as my dear colleague has mentioned about the green economy, leaders believe that ROK has experience in developing green technology and clean energy, and there's an opportunity to develop concrete partnership, especially in renewable energy, smart city development, electronic vehicle ecosystem, as well as clean water supply system. In 2025, ASEAN aims for 23% share of renewable energy and 20% share of electric vehicle. So we look for ROK as a design partner in this aspect. And on people-to-people, leaders also share the view that people should be at the center of our cooperation in all aspects. After the COVID-19 pandemic, people should be compensated with a better and more sustainable living standard and enjoy the values and achievements stem from our cooperation. We know that there's a large number of ASEAN citizens residing and studying in Korea and vice versa. So leaders view that we should help each other in ensuring that people from both sides, including multicultural family, can have the opportunity to study, enjoy stable jobs, lead a happy and prosperous life while having their legitimate right protected by the law. On the development in Korean Peninsula, maybe you can read the chairman's statement for the general position of ASEAN as well as Cambodia. But here I would like to share an episode which is rather off the script. Before the summit, almost every week, the ambassador of DPRK requested to meet us. He lodged complaint about Cambodia's position and various ASEAN chairman statements at the ASEAN Foreign Minister meeting back in August. He urged Cambodia to change the language, which solely blame the DPRK. He claimed that they are not the only one who caused the problem. He said that what the DPRK is doing is an act of self-defense in response to military exercises and provocation. If the DPRK does not do that, his country will face the same fate like Iraq, Libya, and Syria. And Cambodia has historical and traditional relation with DPRK since His Majesty, the late King Father Norodom Sihanouk. And going forward, if Cambodia does not change the language, DPRK will reconsider its relation with Cambodia and ASEAN. So this is a pressure, or maybe a threat. And in response, I told him that military exercises are not banned by the UNSC resolution, but missile tests and launches are being banned by the UNSC resolution. What Cambodia is trying to do is to protect peace, stability, and prevent any undesired miscalculation. We are against the use of force in international relations, and no one should come to lecture to Cambodia about the importance of peace, because we knew more than everyone else about the consequences of wars and proxy wars that happen in our own country. Moreover, owing to the experiences of ending wars in Cambodia through the win-win policy, it is Cambodia's consistent position that we urge for dialogue as the only solution, and that we always believe that war cannot end war. So, indeed, we have received many types of pressure, not just from the DPRK, but from every corner. It's the type of pressure that is typical for all ASEAN chair to handle and manage well, so that we can preserve the ASEAN centrality and relevance with regard to our relation with external partners, as well as peace, security, and stability in our region. So this is all I want to share. I wish to wrap up here the recap from the ASEAN leaders' key message and a small episode related to the development in the Korean Peninsula in real-life practice. Thank you. I give the floor back to you.
Thank you. May I now give the floor to Ambassador Tini for his presentation, which I believe will be more focused on the ASEAN centrality.
First of all, thank you very much for all the organizers for inviting the ASEAN Secretariat to speak on this forum. I've been asked to deliver comments on ASEAN centrality and perhaps a bit on the Asean-Korea cooperation as well. On ASEAN centrality, while there are indeed many ways, I think, to conceptualize the construct of ASEAN centrality, as we have heard earlier, Ambassador Ong Keng-yong also tried to define what ASEAN centrality is. For me, I think at the most fundamental level, it's about ASEAN's way of trying to protect and to promote its interests vis-a-vis the interests of others, partners in the region and in the world at large. It entails the need for ASEAN cohesiveness and unity. It entails the ASEAN independency in pursuing its interests. It also means the ASEAN capacity to identify common interests with its partners and to rally these partners to promote cooperation based on those shared interests. Now, since its inception, ASEAN's objective has always been to promote peace, stability, and prosperity in Southeast Asia. ASEAN is also very cognizant that the achievement of these objectives is affected very much by the interaction not only among countries in Southeast Asia, but also between the neighboring countries, and in which, if you see the geography, all the ASEAN neighboring countries are all big major powers. As such, ASEAN began establishing our dialogue partnership with third parties, third countries from the mid-1970s. These dialogue partnerships, which started mainly as a development cooperation, or focusing mainly on development cooperations, were indeed becoming very successful, that they eventually contribute to the establishment of regional mechanisms which broaden the size and scope of the cooperation beyond simply focusing on development cooperation. The establishment of the ASEAN-led mechanisms such as the ARF, ASEAN Plus 3, East Asia Summit, ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus, all these are the practical implementation and operationalizations of ASEAN trying to assert its centrality. However, in recent years, ASEAN has been facing a multitude of challenges coming both from within and from external sources, including the escalating rivalry and competition between major powers in the region. As it is widely and correctly observed, this rivalry involves some of ASEAN's closest partners. ASEAN has crafted a framework to deal with this situation, especially on how do we deal with the relationship between the major powers by developing what we call the ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific. Of course, the relation between major powers is not something new in ASEAN. In fact, the establishment of a forum such as ASEAN Regional Forum, the East Asia Summit, is precisely ASEAN's efforts to manage the relationship between ASEAN and its partners, as well as trying to influence or to bring forward the interests of ASEAN in the midst of the relationship between the major powers. The ASEAN Outlook in Indo-Pacific is ASEAN's most recent effort to assert ASEAN centrality, particularly in the wider Asia-Pacific and Indian Ocean regions. While ASEAN is not the one that invented the term Indo-Pacific, but I believe ASEAN is among the first to actually elaborate in terms of the goals and principles and objectives of an Indo-Pacific strategy. And I think the AOIP has also contributed in the development of the various Indo-Pacific strategy that we have seen in the past years. The AOIP envisions a closer cooperation between ASEAN and its partners in the 4 priority areas, underpinned by ASEAN's norms and principles, including ASEAN centrality. Of course, when I talk about the ASEAN norms and principles, many of these principles and norms are also a universal norms and principles. It's not uniquely ASEAN. It's norms and principles that are also enshrined in the UN Charter and many other international law. Through the AOIP, the promotion of a more open-ended and inclusive cooperation is envisioned, such as expanding the existing ASEAN Plus 1 mechanisms into an ASEAN Plus X configuration. The best example actually of how AOIP works in practice is the RCEP. We define first common areas. In the case of RCEP, of course, is the economic areas, common interests of ASEAN and its partners. The RCEP cooperation intensify the relationship between ASEAN and each of its dialogue partners. That's the first element. The second element, it allows not only ASEAN and its partners, but it also allows our partners to work together with them. So this is the second element of the importance of the AOIP. And thirdly, the OIP is an inclusive concept. The RCEP originally developed for ASEAN plus its partners that have a free trade arrangement with ASEAN, the 6 partners that have FTA with ASEAN. But it is open for accession for other countries eventually, I think 18 months after it came into force. So that is also how the AOIP was envisaged, because it's open for cooperation on an ad hoc, on a specific issues with other partners throughout the whole Indian Ocean and Pacific region. So we are also envisaging possibilities of ASEAN working with other sub-regional organizations on a particular areas of common interest. So I think this is how the AOIP was envisaged, and like I said, the RCEP is exactly have shown how it is operationalized. Now a bit about the ASEAN-ROK cooperation. Indeed, as has been mentioned earlier, ASEAN-ROK relations have developed rapidly since the establishment of the sectoral dialogue partnership with ROK in 1989. And especially since the elevation of this relationship into a strategic partnership in 2010. And today, ROK is among the most dynamic and important partners of ASEAN in many areas. I'm also happy to note that the ASEAN-ROK relations have had a head start in regard to leveraging the AOIP to further contribute not only to strengthening ASEAN-ROK cooperation, but also for the ASEAN community building, as well as efforts to create or to maintain a greater regional peace, stability, and prosperity. At the commemorative summit of the 30th anniversary of ASEAN-ROK relations back in 2019, both leaders adopted a joint vision statement that have been instrumental in elevating the relationship between ASEAN and ROK. During the COVID, we have also seen a strong support from ROK to ASEAN, and we are very much appreciative for that support. As has been mentioned at the 23rd ASEAN-ROK Summit 2 weeks ago in Phnom Penh, our leaders reaffirmed the commitment to enhance ASEAN-ROK cooperation, including strengthening the ASEAN role in the Indo-Pacific strategy of the Republic of Korea, and we also welcome the Korean-ASEAN solidarity initiatives. I think that the new, as have been mentioned earlier, going forward, the importance of ASEAN and ROK relations will become even more important, both in terms of the bilateral relation between ASEAN and ROK, but also going beyond that ASEAN and ROK can play a significant role in strengthening the regional mechanism that exists in our region, and contribute to greater peace, prosperity in our region. Briefly about the raise of or the establishment of several minilaterals. Some observers are questioning the role of ASEAN with the raise of these new minilateral organizations. Well, first and foremost, of course, all the ASEAN-led regional mechanism was developed to serve the interests of ASEAN, and at the same time to serve the interests where there are intersections between the interests of ASEAN and our partners. It was not developed to cater to the full interests of our partners. So there are areas where ASEAN and our partners can work together, share common interests. This is where the ASEAN-led regional mechanism are being promoted. But we have to also be realistic that there are other interests of our partners that cannot be served through the ASEAN-led mechanism. So what is important is that the multilateral forum and the ASEAN-led regional mechanism can complement one another rather than substituting one another or even worse, to cancel off one another. So as long as we can work closely, complement one another, pursuing common objectives, I think we are quite well with the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lee, and now it's your turn. Would you be as brief as you can, given the time constraint?
Okay, thank you so much, Chey Lee from ASEAN Institute. And I first have to say thank you to the AKC and QEC and K Kunz. I used abbreviation to save some time. Well, the topic I was allocated is ASEAN centrality and the Korea-ASEAN cooperation. Before that, I was very happy to see many familiar faces in this room, ambassadors from Southeast Asian countries and old colleagues from Korea and Southeast Asia. And I was particularly happy to see Ambassador Wong Keng-yong. And, you know, in the past 5 years, I spent most of my time to work on New Southern policy. And it was in 2018, there was a small conference organized by Korea National Diplomatic Academy, and Ambassador Wong was there, and he provided very insightful comments on South Korea's approach to Southeast Asia. And pretty simple, he said that, you know, I understand, wording is my own, not his. And Southeast Asian countries understand that South Korea has very small pocket. It has a limited capacity and resource. But what is very important for South Korea's approach to Southeast Asia is consistency. You should continue effort. You should be consistent. And I believe the New Southern policy under Moon Jae-in leadership actually proved that. And I believe the South Korea earned some recognition out of that 5 years effort. So in this new Korean government, my policy recommendation is, you know, whichever direction you take, whatever you do to Southeast Asia, be consistent. That's my first message. And second message, actually Ambassador Wong mentioned the 3 different aspects of ASEAN centrality. And I would like to add one more. A practical side of ASEAN centrality is exercised through ASEAN-led multilateral cooperation. You know, ASEAN was able to form ARF in 1994 on the ashes of Cold War. And ASEAN was able to form ASEAN Plus 3 in 1997. And it was expanded further to be East Asia Summit. And later, we saw ASEAN Defense Ministers Meeting Plus. That was the first kind of defense ministers meeting in this region. And ASEAN was able to exercise its centrality through these multilateral cooperation institutions. They put ASEAN Way as a working mechanism of these multilateral cooperations, and they made such a great contribution for the region, for the regional countries when it comes to practical cooperation. And the problem today, as you can see, is that many people say that the ASEAN centrality concept is in danger, is under challenge. And most of the challenge comes from the weakening of these ASEAN-led multilateral institutions. In the beginning, ASEAN was able to invite the big powers like China, Japan, United States, Russia to the ASEAN-led institutions, and it showed it's got convening power, and it was able to enforce ASEAN ways to big powers surrounding Southeast Asian countries. But as you know, the big powers like China and the United States, they turned these multilateral institutions into a venue for strategic rivalry. Everyone after that was looking at what China is saying in those meetings like ASEAN Plus 3 and EAS. And most of the media attention went to what US was saying to counter the Chinese rhetoric. And after that, as you know, China built its own institution like BRI, AIIB, and SICA, and blah, blah. The United States formed its own initiative like Indo-Pacific, Quad, AUKUS, and more. So these big powers initiative weakened ASEAN-led multilateral institutions in the region. And we have to fix this weakening trend of multilateral cooperation to enhance ASEAN centrality in the region. The ASEAN unity is kind of a basis for the ASEAN centrality, but ASEAN unity is something about internal dynamics of Southeast Asian countries. South Korea cannot do anything about it. It's the homework that Southeast Asian countries have to solve on their own. But what we can do, what South Korea can do is to strengthening the multilateral cooperation, ASEAN-led multilateral cooperation. In the previous session and this session, the speakers mentioned so many different crises we are facing, like food crisis, energy crisis, climate change, and health issues, and even we are seeing the economic crisis initiated by the US and China economic war and trade war and tech war. So my proposal is that the South Korea and ASEAN countries can put their hands together to strengthen ASEAN-led multilateral cooperation. As you know, the countries do not cooperate. They only cooperate when they face the common challenges, when they face common crises. This is the time that we have to put our hands together. We are facing so many common crises. The regional countries are facing so many different crises at the moment. It can be only addressed through multilateral cooperation. And it is the way, the strengthening multilateral cooperation is a way to strengthen ASEAN centrality in the region. I guess I spent 5 minutes. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. But thank you all for sharing your thoughts and perspectives. But we don't have enough time to have broad and in-depth discussions on the topic at hand. But as discussions ended with focus on the ASEAN centrality, let me just ask one question with regard to this concept. Well, in my view, ASEAN as it stands today is a product of collective and strategic efforts of its member states over the last 6 decades to build a regional architecture where the ASEAN can take a driver's seat. And the ASEAN centrality has been the key to its success. But as I understand it, some voice of concern and cautious warning have also been heard from within that if the ASEAN remains complacent about its success so far and doesn't make necessary adjustments to the rapidly changing geopolitical environment in the region, it may run the risk of being marginalized. For example, Minister Marty, the former foreign minister of Indonesia, described it as the paradox of plenty. And Ambassador Tene and Dr. Lee also said that ASEAN centrality is under serious challenge. But at the same time, it is also true that there is no country in and out of the region that denies or challenges the ASEAN centrality. Even the big powers, such as the US and China, have never downplayed the ASEAN centrality. So I'm wondering, whether it is really under serious challenge. If you believe so, what is the greatest challenge in your view, and how would you overcome this challenge? Ambassador Tene or Mr. Sim may respond to this question.
Thank you for the questions. Why the issue of ASEAN relevance, ASEAN centrality came into fore, I think, relate very much because we are now facing big challenges globally as well as in our region. We have seen definitely the rivalry between the major powers, something that have affect the global environment, but also more importantly in our part of the world. And this is not because of the institutions or the regional framework being developed by ASEAN is not adequate, but this is a reflection of the seriousness of these issues that we are all facing together. Yeah. So it's actually up to us on how we deal with these issues. In ASEAN, like I said, all this regional ASEAN-led regional mechanism was developed for the purpose, of course, from the point of view of ASEAN interests. This forum is not designed as a substitute of the UN Security Council or the various UN agencies. When we talk about the impact of the major powers relations, and when we talk about it in ASEAN Forum, the focus, the priority is how we can minimize the impact of the negative impact of such relations, state of relations between major powers into the region. We are not talking about forum like ARF or the East Asia Summit to actually address or solve the issues between the major powers. Likewise, in a more positive tone, how ASEAN can work with our partners in addressing and taking opportunities of the changes, global challenges on environment, on climate change, and on those strategic issues. When we talk about food energy security in East Asia Summit, it's not about how those forums can address the global impact of the food security or energy security, but more precisely how we can address that within our region. So I think we should always be reminded on what we can do and what is beyond the ASEAN-led regional mechanism. I think this anxiety or questions about ASEAN's centrality as well as the relevance of the ASEAN-led regional mechanism comes out of an over expectations on what we can actually do through those forums. But for that, I think for ASEAN as well as its partners, we need to be focused on what we can achieve through such a ASEAN-led regional mechanism and what is beyond that mechanism can provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you see?
Thank you. I fully concur with what Deputy Secretary General Michael Tene has mentioned about the how do we evaluate the ASEAN centrality. From my own personal perspective, I think when we think about outside, firstly, we also need to think about inside. ASEAN centrality need to also focus on our own people and our own region too. It means our own people first. I heard a lot of analysis or comparison that it's the end of ASEAN. ASEAN is just a talk shop. It cannot do anything with a lot of challenges facing us. But as a practitioner on the ground, I totally disagree with that. Not just in terms of professional argument, but in terms of myself as an ASEAN people. We first, if an example is, for example, when the whole world is almost facing recession, ASEAN is the only bright spot with economic growth. And what's important is when there is a global disruption of supply chain, intra-regional trade was increasing in ASEAN. So this is how the world sees ASEAN as important, because the region itself is developing, prospering, and creating optimism, perspective for the other side of the world, because other side of the world, they are in negative growth. So ASEAN centrality is based on ASEAN's importance itself, on ASEAN internal water and ASEAN internal people. And another thing that I need to clarify is that ASEAN, we do it by setting an example, not just a talk shop. The real example is on how ASEAN respond to COVID-19 pandemic. You see in the world, maybe there's a lot of regional organization in the world, but tell me which regional organization that come up with a regional plan of COVID-19 response. I don't think we can find one. It's only ASEAN. And we mobilize, coordinate policy, and mobilize resources to help our own people. And we set example to the world. And that is why people come to ASEAN, because they know that ASEAN is doing good. We set example through the COVID-19 pandemic and through various platforms like we always say the convening power. If the superpower doesn't trust ASEAN, why do they have to fly all the way to Cambodia with sleepless night on the plane and long time transit? Why Ukraine foreign minister, which has never have any relation with Cambodia before? I mean, they have diplomatic relation, but maybe Cambodia is none of their interest at all. And why do they have to fly all the way from Ukraine when their country is in war and come to Cambodia? Because what? Because they trust in ASEAN. Because they trust in the convening power and neutrality of ASEAN. The proxy issue or the superpower rivalry never ends. You can have any evaluation you have. But ASEAN has its special place in the middle between superpower rivalry as a neutral platform. You cannot ask the US president to come to China at the moment. And maybe the same is true. You cannot invite Ukrainian foreign minister to Russia or FM Lavrov back to Ukraine also, but they come to ASEAN. So this is called ASEAN centrality, because the trust that we have on ASEAN platform as a neutral platform that promote constructive dialogue, trust and confidence. And another important thing also is that ASEAN is the only regularized platform for talks. You say talk is not important, but talk is really important. Because when you fight with each other, talk is the only way to discuss things. And if you want to find platform that China and US can come to talk, Ukrainian and Russian foreign minister can come to talk annually, I don't think you can find any other platform. Only ASEAN. So this is where ASEAN centrality comes into place. This is where ASEAN relevance comes into place. And ASEAN is a talk shop? I don't think so. This is my personal view. Thank you.
Thank you. I have more questions to put forward to both sides, but given the time constraint, I think I have to finish our discussions with one last question to DG Jong in relation to the US-China strategic competition, which has been referred to as the greatest challenge to all the countries in the region. I think the simple fact that President Yoon's Indo-Pacific strategy and Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative was announced at the Korea-ASEAN Summit in Phnom Penh and with an emphasis on neutrality of AOIP, has some policy implications in regard to Korea's policy towards US-China competition. Could you further elaborate on this point?
Yes, there was speculation Whether Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy was targeting China or a certain country. And our answer is it is a very inclusive. As we mentioned, one of the guiding principles of our Indo-Pacific strategy is that it is an inclusive strategy where we would like to work with like-minded partners underpinned by shared values and norms that we all share. It is not targeting or seeking to exclude anyone. We are open to working with all the countries that have these values and principles. And I think given where we are in the midst of the US-China rivalry, there are a lot of questions that arise as to where is Korea taking a stand. And I think this is a position that a lot of the ASEAN partners also face. I think in the first session, it was mentioned that hedging has worked to an extent. It is becoming increasingly harder. I think it's a position that all countries face at the moment, countries in ASEAN and Korea. And so that is why I think ASEAN and Korea really have an added impetus and incentive to work together to ensure that we create as much strategic room in the Indo-Pacific region for countries like Korea and ASEAN to create a space where countries do not face pressures to make choices.
Thank you. Well, Korea has often been criticized for its lack of long-term strategic thinking in foreign policy. I hope that Indo-Pacific strategy, the final version of which I believe will be announced within this year, will dispel this criticism or concern. And could you confidently say that will be the case?
I hope so.
Well, given the time constraint, I don't think we can continue our discussions, but I wish I could have more in-depth discussions on many other topics and issues, but I have to wrap up our discussions here. And despite the time constraint, I think we had a very thoughtful discussions and meaningful exchange of views on this topic. And I thank you, all panelists, for sharing their insights and wisdom, and all the audience for staying with us throughout this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and the panel speakers for the insightful discussion. We will now take another short break until 4:50. After the break, we will convene the third session with the awarding ceremony of 2022 ASEAN-Korea Academic Essay Contest. So please don't go anywhere and stay tuned to the 2022 ASEAN-Korea Forum. And again, don't forget to fill out the survey. Thank you.
please be reminded that the third session will start shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to begin the third session. First of all, we will proceed an awarding ceremony of this year's ASEAN-Korea Academic Essay Contest. My name is Sarah from the Asean-Korea Center, and I will be your MC for this part of the forum. I'd like to give you a short introduction on the ASEAN-Korea Academic Essay Contest, which is one of the annual programs organized by the Asean-Korea Center since 2016. Targeting the undergraduate and graduate students of ASEAN and Korea nationalities, the key objective of the contest is to raise awareness and deepen students' interest and understanding on ASEAN-Korea partnership. This year, we have successfully received 105 proposals from students across ASEAN and Korea who worked on the theme of sustainable ASEAN-Korea partnership from the perspective of sub-themes such as political, economic, and socio-cultural. After rigorous review by our expert panel of academic judges, today we will award 9 winning essays, 3 grand prizes, 3 excellence prizes, and 3 merit prizes. Kindly note that the awarding ceremony will be conducted in a hybrid format where some of the winners will be joining us virtually. So, without further ado, let's begin with the 3 themes of merit prize on each sub-theme. Winners of the merit prize will receive a certificate of award as well as a cash prize of 500,000 Korean won per team. So, here are the 3 teams. Team of Indonesian students from Universitas Diponegoro, Anselma Evely Pramono, Farhan Fuad and Muhammad Fatih Kudri. An Indonesian student from Korea University, Basuki Zaka Farisi. Team of Filipino students from Polytech University of the Philippines, Sharona Nicole Semila, Carmela Nini Apat, and Lynn Marie Darang. Now, let me invite His Excellency Kim Hae-yong, Secretary General of the ASEAN-Korea Center, to come to the stage to present the awards. From the winners, Mr. Basuki Zaka Farisi will come to the stage as a representative to receive the award. And winners on screen, please adjust your camera to take a group photo together. Congratulations to all our merit prize winners, and we truly appreciate your participation for the program. Thank you. We will now take a moment to watch the awardees video for the merit awards.
Before we begin, we would first like to express our gratitude for being given this huge opportunity. My name is Anselma Evely Pramono. My teammates are Farhan Fuad and Muhammad Fatih Kudri, and we are third semester international relations students in Universitas Diponegoro, Indonesia. We will now present the substance of our essay titled Nuclear Fusion, South Korea and ASEAN Nuclear Power Initiative, the Great Safe and Renewable Alternative Source of Energy. In the essay, we attempt to explore new ways to increase ROK and ASEAN cooperation and strengthen ASEAN centrality, namely through nuclear cooperation. First off, nuclear energy stands as a cleaner alternative to fossil fuels and will help in the global fight against climate change. Secondly, South Korea already stands as one of the most developed nuclear energy countries and may help ASEAN's prospects too. Finally, intentions regarding peaceful nuclear energy cooperation between the two parties have already been outlined in 2019 commemorative summit and the 2021 plan of action between them. To better ensure the success of the program, International Atomic Energy Agency or the IAEA can facilitate the proposed nuclear cooperation with necessary frameworks. Once again, we thank you all for this amazing opportunity. We hope through this we can help contribute in innovating a greener alternative for electricity, especially in our region. Have a good day, everyone.
Hi everyone, my name is Zaka. I'm from Indonesia. Currently, I'm a student at Korea University. The title of my essay is Examining Potential Trade Barriers as an inquiry to Asean-Korea Free Trade Agreement and Capital Control Policy. The objective of this essay is to assess the ASEAN-Korea leverage on ASEAN and South Korea trade flows by implementing the potential trade barrier, which is capital control, into the model estimation. The study used dynamic panel data with generalized method of moment approach to estimate the gravity model equation. The estimation result revealed that trade agreement between ASEAN and Korea, or AKFTA, only had positive advantage for high-income and developed country among the members, while capital control significance found in all samples. Further application of the model also suggests that crude materials, machinery and transport, and manufactured goods are among the commodities which are sensitive to the AKFTA and capital control. Therefore, this essay derives some policy implications as follows. First, ASEAN and Korea policymakers should pay careful attention on its member capital flows policy in order to optimize the positive impact of the regional trade agreement. Second, as it might be considered as the trade barriers, policymakers should consider for coordinating capital control policy to lower trade costs among AKFTA members. And the last one, policymakers should take into account diverse effect of AKFTA and capital control on sort of commodities by closely monitor and evaluate commodities' overall trade performance. Thank you.
Good day. I'm Carmela Apat. I'm Sharona Nicole Simiglia.
I am Lynn Maradaram from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines.
Presenting Right Speak Ignite, assembling ASEAN ROK cooperation
to requisite intercultural citizen journalism. We started this paper with advocacy and bridging the gap between ASEAN and Republic of Korea through the utilization and embodiment of the citizen participation, and most importantly, our main topic, citizen journalism.
It is without a doubt that the misinformation trend has hampered the information dissemination cycle between the Philippines, the ASEAN, and the Republic of Korea. For a citizen to uphold journalism's main principles and embodiment has always been our goal in this paper.
We are grateful for this opportunity and recognition, of course. In behalf of our country and our field, we are ultimately making a step closer into defeating our disinformation and aiding our intercultural ties. We as citizen journalists can be expected to withstand and write, assemble and speak, and continually ignite.
Thank you, Asean-Korea Center, for allowing such a progressive platform. Maraming salamat po.
I hope you all enjoy the presentations. And now, let us move on to the Excellence Prize. Winners will receive a certificate of awards and a cash prize of 1.5 million Korean won. So here are the three winners. Team of Filipino students from the University of Asia and the Pacific, Vanessa Isabel Esguera, Justin Earth Yamson, and Christopher Lee Tibbs. Multinational team of Indonesian and Korean students from Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, Benedictus Marika and In-hyuk Chung. Team of Korean students from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, So-young Park and Mi-ju Song. Now, let me invite His Excellency again to come to the stage to present the awards. For this prize category, I'd like to call Mr. Benedictus Medica, Mr. In-hyuk Chung, and Ms. Mi-ju Song to the stage to receive the award on stage. Winners on screen, please adjust your camera for group photo together. Thank you for the offline and online participants. Congratulations again to all our Excellence Prize winners. Before we proceed to the grand prize, let us first watch the video from the Excellence Prize awardees.
We are here today to present our paper titled United in Weathering the Storm, the Centrality of Asean-Korean Relations in Tackling Climate Change. Climate change is one of the greatest dangers facing humanity right now. In order to overcome this threat, nations must come together. A possible alliance that could be formed is between the nations of ASEAN and Korea, as both sides have a long history of cooperation.
Through the complex interdependence theory, we were able to conduct a SWOT analysis between Korea and the ASEAN nations. We found great potential if an agreement was met between Korea and the ASEAN in tackling climate change. We believe that Korea and ASEAN are able to integrate their strengths in order to foster a mutually beneficial relationship in fighting climate change. ASEAN, for example, has extensive experience in policy making regarding climate change, while Korea has advanced and unique ways of countering climate change with technology.
So with all these findings, we propose that a multilateral administrative body focus on addressing the challenges of climate change be found as this institution will have the mandate of establishing a common weather monitoring system and agency tasked with typhoon, tsunami, and storm surge identification and tracking in the Western Pacific and Eastern Indian Oceans. Its second mandate will be facilitating disaster risk reduction expertise and technology transfer between ASEAN member states and Korea. Its third mandate will be the setting of binding internal climate change-related goals and regulations on signatories.
My name is Benedictus Medica from Indonesia.
Hello, my name is In-hyuk Chung from South Korea.
It is our great pleasure to know that our essay entitled A Possibility to Strengthen Indonesia-Korea Partnership through a joint research to investigate Indonesia's hafnium for semiconductor application has been selected as one of the Excellence Prize-winning essays. We are motivated to write this essay because Indonesia has a large amount of hafnium-containing zircon mineral, and hafnium itself is one of the essential materials for semiconductor technology development. Therefore, it must have a high economic value. However, up to now, Indonesia has not explored optimally the potential economic value of hafnium.
South Korea is one of the world's largest semiconductor manufacturing countries. Therefore, it has advanced processing and manufacturing technologies that can support the quality and stability valuation of Indonesia's hafnium to produce semiconductors. So it is a good idea to build joint research to investigate Indonesia's hafnium to make semiconductors, in which Indonesia is responsible for processing the hafnium from zircon mineral, while Korea is responsible for evaluating the quality and stability of Indonesia's hafnium for semiconductor application.
Once again, thank you Asean-Korea Center for considering our essay.
Hi everyone, I'm Soyoung Park and my partner is Mi-ju Song. We are both from South Korea. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of this year's essay contest. The title of our essay is Building New Solidarity, Strengthening ASEAN-Korea Cooperation in Human Rights Through Youth Interaction. In this study, we focused on the importance of human rights exchange between youths of ASEAN-Korea and determined how the exchanges are progressing. We found that those exchanges between young people from two regions have not been properly implemented. Among the ASEAN-Korea exchange programs conducted from 1990 to July 2022, human rights exchange programs accounted only for 8% of the total, and those exchanges of young people are also progressing in a small number. Even that was included in regional exchanges at the Asian level rather than ASEAN-Korea exchanges. To improve this, cooperation between government and civil society should be further expanded. And at the same time, we should design various approaches in consideration of ASEAN, which has limited capability in human rights cooperation. We hope that Asean-Korea Center will play a pivotal role in making practical programs. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for the big moment where we will be awarding the grand prize winners of the 2022 ASEAN-Korea Academic Essay Contest. The 3 grand prize winners will receive a certificate of award and the grand cash prize of 2 million Korean won per winning essay. After a very competitive evaluation process, I'm happy to announce that the grand prize goes to the individual Korean participant from Ewha Women's University, Hee-Seo Lee, team of Indonesian students from Gadjah Mada University, Erika Mega, Francisca Felicia Pashalin, and Rama Ardiha Prastita, and team of Filipino students from University of the Philippines Diliman, Rubens Vincent Cortez, and Carla Riana Velasco. Now, let me invite our Secretary General to the stage to give the awards, and I'd like to invite the representative, Ms. Hee-Seo Lee, to come to the stage and would like to ask attention from grand prize winners on the screen to take the group photo. Thank you once again for the offline and online participants. And again, I want to express our congratulations to our grand prize winners. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the last session of this forum. For this session, we will have the opportunity to hear more from our grand prize winners, who will present their views on building a sustainable ASEAN-Korea partnership through their 3 winning papers. Our first grand prize winner will present her paper offline, while two winning papers will be presented through online. Before we begin with the presentations, let me first invite Professor Shin Jae-hyo to lead this final session. I would also like to call upon our panelists who will be providing a brief overview of their evaluation of each paper to join us on the stage. The participating evaluation committee members are Dr. Ko Young-kyung, the research professor at Korea University ASEAN Center, Mr. Jong-Ho Jae, the research fellow of Korea University ASEAN Center. In addition, I would like to call Ms. Hee-Seo Lee to the stage to be seated. Professor Shin, the floor is all yours now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all of you to stay with us until the last panel. Yeah, so we sent out the call for proposals in May this year. And we're surprised to receive 105 proposals from ASEAN member states and Korea. And 42 of them submitted a full paper, final paper. And we, 3 researchers at Korea University ASEAN Center, participating in evaluating these essays. And we were very impressed by the very high quality of those papers. And we had a hard time deciding those 9 winners of this contest. But anyways, so we are very happy to have the 3 grand prize winners presentations. And first presenter is Lee Hee-seo. So she got the grand prize, the first prize in the political sector. And the second presenter will be presenting a paper about the research about the sector of economy. And the third one is about the sector of social culture. So let me invite Lee Hee-seo to present her paper.
Good afternoon. 안녕하세요. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the ASEAN-Korean Center and its hosting and supporting institutions for giving me this opportunity to share my research and also granting the awards in this meaningful forum. So my essay title is Access to Higher Education for Refugees and ASEAN-Korean Cooperation. This research aims to examine to what extent to which people-centered norm building in South Korea and ASEAN has enhanced fair access to higher education for refugees and persons in refugee-like situations, in addition to peaceful cooperation in the region. The growth in the mobility of people and students between South Korea and ASEAN has brought numerous benefits throughout history: regional economic development, cultural sharing, and individual empowerment, even during the pandemic. The people-centeredness in the ASEAN-Korean cooperation, which is beyond state centricity and military security, seems to be continued to overcome non-traditional security challenges and enhance peaceful community building. In this sense, promoting the mobility of human capital necessitates fair, coherent, and reliable procedures for qualifications recognition. However, among youth who have qualifications to access higher education, young refugees face multiple challenges such as lost or stolen documents during journey, or in case of destruction or closure of authorities who can notarize their documents. Hence, this research questions whether humanitarian norm building regarding equal access to higher education for refugees can enhance the comprehensive ASEAN-Korean cooperation. First, the research has set the analytical framework based on international norms founded in the UN system. According to those norms, education is one of the most essential human rights that can promote at extensive levels in the global society. For example, from self-empowerment to international development. With the emphasis on the fourth goal of the Sustainable Development Goals, the internationalization of a higher education has fielded the international community to develop global and regional principles of qualifications recognition. In the ASEAN-Pacific region, the Asia-Pacific Regional Convention of a Recognition of Qualifications in Higher Education, known as the Tokyo Convention, was adopted in 2011. This instrument emphasizes that the higher education achievements of refugees, displaced persons, and persons in a refugee-like situation should be recognized as widely as possible, unless there is a substantial difference from the qualifications obtained in their country of origin. In case of no documented evidence, those persons should have a fair opportunity to access higher education programs. The Tokyo Convention has not been part of the main agenda in ASEAN. On the other hand, South Korea ratified the Tokyo Convention in 2017, and it has become effective since 2018, but has yet established a recognition system for non-North Korean refugees. While there is little attention to qualifications recognition for refugees in ASEAN and South Korea, both parties have focused on people-centeredness in their rational interest and cooperation. For ASEAN, aiming for a people-centered and people-oriented community is one of the main agendas for the community building. On the other hand, South Korea has been addressing non-traditional security threats, which has been one of the keywords for peace building and middle power diplomacy. Also, for both ASEAN and South Korea, education has been one of focused fields for development, cooperation, and globalization. However, in reality, refugee and asylum seekers in the ASEAN countries and South Korea have been underrepresented in terms of access to higher education or be provided the basic legal protection. Moreover, they face numerous challenges. For example, South Korea accepts a very small percentage of refugee applicants, and refugees in ASEAN countries also face hardships of gaining status for basic legal protection. Also, the member states are too heterogeneous to have a mutual recognition system for recognizing refugees' qualifications. So, to conclude, both ASEAN and South Korea have a normative foundation and rational interests of harmonization and internationalization of higher education. The mutual recognition for refugees' qualifications is yet addressed for both parties. However, it can enhance peaceful development by their self-empowerment. So, therefore, the study suggests a policy recommendation of complying to international norms, rules, and values, and enhancing bilateral cooperation by disclosing information and promoting the digitalization of the qualification recognition system by benchmarking the electronic regional recognition system by the European Union. And also, we can reference the academic background checking system for North Korean refugees in South Korea. And also, ASEAN is now at the initial stage of a mutual recognition for specific vocations. Especially, a blockchain system inspired this study for a suggestion that can fasten and secure digitalized processes in qualification recognition. Furthermore, these proactive approaches can protect and promote education rights for refugees and asylum seekers, who can be valuable potential for achieving more peaceful prosperity between ASEAN and South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me briefly discuss her research about why this research is good. So I did not realize this problem until I read this paper, the problem of the refugees about accessing the higher education. So the research was successful in convincing me that this is really an important problem. And she also offered very specific and feasible policy suggestions based on the causal analysis. So this is really good example of good research. So she deserves a grand prize in the political sector. I really congratulate her on her research. And next, Erica Mega, Francisca Flecia Faschalin, Rama Ardia Frasista is going to present their research online, right? Yes, please welcome the three students from Gajah Mada University, right?
Greetings, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure to be here today. My name is Pascalin. I'm with my other teammates, Mega and Prasita from Indonesia. We are here today to present our paper with the title ASEAN-ROK Sustainable Infrastructure Partnership, Smart City Innovation Development to Promote Inclusive Green Economy Ecosystems. Hereby, we start our paper with a discussion of the importance of the ASEAN-ROK Sustainable Infrastructure Partnership. As we all know, South Korea is one of the most important dialogue partners of ASEAN. And driven by logical importance, strong relation ties, and close commitment, ASEAN and South Korea collaborate on smart city development under the ASEAN Smart Cities Network. For South Korea, this partnership is a chance to implement the new sovereign policy, whereas South Korea, this partnership is also a chance to deepen its strategic partnership with the ASEAN member states through the ASEAN Smart Cities Network and contribute actively to tackling climate change and development issues. On the other hand, ASEAN has a long-term unsustainable urbanization problems that need to be addressed. And South Korea, as one of the most leading countries of the fourth industrial revolution in Asia, is of course an attractive dialogue partner for ASEAN economic cooperation in smart cities. Therefore, this partnership can work as a collaborative program between cities in ASEAN and South Korea to jointly achieve smart and sustainable urban development. We then conduct our analysis by using two theoretical frameworks. The first one is paradiplomacy, which refers to the involvement of the constituent units of the national states in international affairs to achieve a locally sustainable urbanization process in ASEAN. The second one is the triple helix approach that emphasizes on the role of the stakeholders, namely government, business, and academia, to create policy recommendations that further enhance this ASEAN ROK Sustainable Infrastructure Partnership.
In this paper, we found that although ASEAN has been endorsed for about 4 years, there are several challenges faced by the city governments among ASEAN member states. We argue that there are at least three challenges. First of all is the urbanization and urban sustainability problems. Urbanization raises various problems due to the absence of control and balancing the rate of population growth. This problem eventually gives rise to the phenomenon of excessive urbanization, which leads to unsustainable development. As we can see in the slide, the six cities are expected to have more than 1 million inhabitants in 2025. The land for green open space no longer exists because it has been widely used by urbanites as residential, trade, and industrial land. Moreover, urbanization also leads to an increase in pollution due to the massive use of carbon-based transportations. And the second major challenge is the capacity gap among ASEAN member states in implementing ASEAN. The development of smart city reduces winners and losers. And this paradigm is reflected in the capacity gaps between ASEAN states, which are technological, financial, and institutional. And the third problem is the lack of political will from city governments among ASEAN member states. We analyze the four key dimensions of political will, which are initiation, assessment, mobilization, and allocation. And we argue that ASEAN has a robust initiation and moderate allocation of resources. However, ASEAN still lacks assessment and public support. This lack of political will leads to the slow adoption and enhancement, and also harm ASEAN centrality in managing the ASEAN.
Based on those three problems, we propose some policy recommendation. First, to address urbanization and sustainability problems, we recommend ASEAN and South Korea to cooperate in supervision and tightening of migration regulation, as well as to cooperate in green building development. Secondly, to narrow the capacity gap, both parties should increase cooperation to develop technology infrastructure through education and the living lab, expand the funding mechanism, and improve human resource development at three levels of actors. Lastly, to enforce political will among ASEAN member states, we suggest the conduction of deepening ASEAN LOK partnership on joint research projects. We believe ASEAN LOK together for better future. That's all from us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me invite Professor Go Young-kyung to give a brief comment on their work.
Yeah, good afternoon. Actually, this is my third event today, so I attended some of the conferences, but this is the most interesting event because I reviewed a lot of young, talented people's research and essays. So it was a really good pleasure to me. And then when I review some essays and papers, I have my own criteria. Probably most of you researcher has a common sense on that. The three criteria include the topics, is a proper topic or a proper research question. And then secondly, it's a logical thinking. And then third, is how they developed their conclusion. It's logically is linked to the policy recommendation like that. So in terms of those three criteria, it was a really well-organized essay and a kind of a research paper. Basically, look at this paper, this essay is the title. You know, there was a really hot keyword in current issues nowadays. Is a smart and inclusive, green ecosystem and innovation and sustainability. So all hot 7 keywords in this the title of essay. So that title already attracted my attention. And then proper question always linked to proper answers and solution. If you raise a wrong question, you cannot go down to the right conclusion. So their research question, or they raise some current issue in the, Southeast Asia, now they are facing. So that's why. And then secondly, their essay structure was quietly well organized, because they make a use of a very great theoretical framework, and then they raise some the good methodology with a lot of figures and statistics, such as urbanization and capacity gap, like this. And then thirdly, they developed appropriate policy recommendation, because when they developed from the research question to the conclusion, there is no significant jump. No jump up there. It's a logically step-by-step approach to the the policy recommendation. So I think this paper is really deserved to get a winner, to be a winner. So I really thanks for me to have a read of this paper, and then congratulations to those 3 winners. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, finally, let me invite the grand prize winner in the social-cultural sector, Rubens Vincent Cortez and Carla Rihanna Velasco, to share the research.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone still here in the 2022 Asean-Korea Forum. I am Rubens Vincent Cortez. I am with my teammate, Carla Rihanna Velasco, and we are so grateful that we are able to present our essay entitled Taking the Food Bridge, Korean Gastro Diplomacy in Southeast Asia Through Social Media Food Broadcasting. So first off, what is gastro diplomacy? Gastro diplomacy is a form of diplomacy that uses food to promote and increase the value of a nation's image. It allows for cross-cultural understanding, interaction, and cooperation between the state and the publics. Many countries have become successful in their gastro diplomacy programs as they have used media and entertainment. So now, how about food blogs? Food blogs are online videos where the content creator expresses their thoughts and opinions about the food. This allows for a platform where the viewer and the content creator can interact with each other, like even on a personal level. Um, According to Spence, these type of videos achieve positive feelings that are similar to eating with someone in person, even though the streamers and viewers are physically distant from each other, a term called digital commensality. With these 2 concepts in mind, this essay argues that with the continuous increasing popularity of both social media and foodie culture, social media food broadcasts such as mukbangs and food blogs can contribute alongside state-led public diplomacy programs in fostering mutual cultural understanding among the people of ASEAN and Korea. So, the purpose of this essay is to address the unequal level of cultural understanding between Koreans and Southeast Asians, and to show that mukbangs and food vlogs can be instrumental in fostering mutual cultural understanding. Also, rather than producing a generalization about a highly diverse region of Southeast Asia, this essay looks specifically on the context only of South Korea and the Philippines. So, the research questions that we aimed in this research were about the key factors or elements that would make it a possible successful public diplomacy program, how people perceive it, and its potentiality. Okay, so to answer that, we gathered 30 videos depicting Koreans eating Filipino food or K2F videos, and Filipinos eating Korean foods or F2K videos. And then we analyzed them and reviewed under the key elements for effective and successful public diplomacy efforts by Miller in her American Ambassador Review 2014 essay. And then the top 30 comments from each video were also gathered and analyzed through sentiment analysis to determine whether they show positive, negative, or emotionally undetermined reactions. And then the combination of both analysis was the primary constitution of our conclusion and recommendation.
So the results of the video content analysis show that the content of the food blogs correspond to the key elements of public diplomacy as stated by Miller. First, the element of listening is seen, as they recognize the viewers' comments and feedback and actively communicate with them through their videos or replies. Second, the element of knowing the audience is seen as the bloggers present information about the foreign food and culture in order to educate their viewers about the food's characteristics and cultural background. Third, the videos also show the element of being candid, as the bloggers present themselves in an honest and natural way as they express their opinions about the food. Lastly, the element of agree to disagree allows room for discussion, where both the viewers and the content creator can learn from each other. Now, we'll be discussing the results of the comment analysis. As seen in Figure 1, there were more positive comments than negative and undetermined comments made on K2F videos. Most of the positive comments were made by Filipino users who were proud that Koreans appreciated their food. In Figure 2, F2K videos also received more positive comments than undetermined and negative comments. However, most of the comments posted on these videos were written by Filipino users as well, often praising the host's disposition and the information they provided in the video. So to conclude, this paper shows that these types of videos can indeed serve as an effective platform to bridge mutual understanding between Korean and Southeast Asian audiences. The elements of listening, knowing the audience, candor, and allowing confrontation were noted as the qualities that make food vlogging a potential platform for a successful public gastro-diplomacy program. Viewers of these videos also left a high number of positive comments on the collated videos. This shows that social media can help usher in positive perception by providing information about another culture's cuisine, as well as create a space for cross-cultural conversations about food and related cultural practices. So this is because not only is food laden with cultural significance, but it is also able to transcend cultural boundaries. Thus, food broadcasts and food vlogs may help develop mutual understanding between different people, specifically between Filipinos and South Koreans. Thus, the researchers thus recommend creating a government-funded initiative wherein Filipino food and culture can be taught to South Koreans. This can be done in collaboration with both Filipino and South Korean content creators, as the audience reach is wider on social media. Additionally, the primary actors in food media are down to non-state, non-institutional, individual persons, sharing and promoting intercultural understanding. With more research on its potential and further planning with the institutions concerned, food media could indeed serve as a new form of gastro-diplomacy. That is all. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. So, 정호재 선생님, please give comment on the research.
Thank you. And I'm very happy to have a chance to talk with two young, talented Philippine scholars who submitted very good, excellent essays about the way of how to improve the Korea and ASEAN relationship in terms of the socio-cultural the part. As you know, the third part of this essay contest is the socio-cultural part. So, as you know, the Korean wave is so hot in this region recently. So many contestants and young scholars try to reveal why and how and what's the reason of the K-wave in ASEAN region is so popular and how to improve the ASEAN pop culture and the link and make the competitive commodity for the improving the exchange about that. So many essays focusing on K-wave. So for me, it is very hard to distinguish good essay and timely essay. But I'm not the only one to participate in this review, so, and including the anonymous reviewers. Absolutely, most reviewers agreed on this essay is the best essay in this very, very highly competitive part of this section. So, gastro diplomacy is a very new theme, very new term for especially for Korean people. But as you know, the food and the diet and the culinary culture is very important for in this region because it's the symbol of the sovereignty and our traditional culture and our identity. So gastro diplomacy, they choose the best theme to describe and clarify how to build the co-understanding and the finding the commonality and this region and strengthen our diplomacy. So I strongly recommend this essay for all of these participants in this section because this essay is very well. They are, as you know, the Philippines young students who have the perfect English skills. So and their approach to the Korean food is very well balanced. As you know, the ASEAN students who have interest in Korean issues easily to just describe the situation. Oh, Korean food is very delicious. Korean food is also underrated in the global society. So Korea should focusing on more marketing, something like that. But Cortez and Liana, they are very objective. They are very well balanced approach. So they describe how to link food between the food culinary culture and the social network service to understand each other more and more. So I surely conclude that this is in my point of view, this is the best essay in my part. So congratulations on to these young Philippine scholars. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's time to close session 3. Congratulations, all the winners. And please join me thanking all the students who participated in this essay contest. Thank you.
Thank you for the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's forum discussions. In closing, on behalf of the ASEAN-Korea Center, Korea University of ASEAN Center, Korea Academic Councils on United Systems, I would like to convey our deepest appreciation to all the panelists, presenters, and participants, both offline and online, for your valuable time and attention. Before I let you go, I'd like to ask all of you to take a moment to fill out a survey on today's program. We kindly ask the cooperation of our offline participants to complete the hard copies of the survey provided to you, while for our online participants, to complete the survey by clicking on the link shared in the live chat box. We will also be handing out giveaways to all those who have successfully sent in the survey. And please don't forget to subscribe our Center's SNS and YouTube channel. Finally, I hope to see you all again in future programs of ASEAN Korea Center. Thank you and have a great evening.